We are now live. Sound check. Public Works Committee meeting for Wednesday, August 10th, 2022. Sound check.
Do we have quorum? Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this August 10th Public Works Committee meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, and that presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices will be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. To the clerk, any changes to the agenda, please?
Madam Chair, the following changes were made to the agenda. Item 5, Communications. 5.1, Correspondence from Laura Palumbo respecting public safety and the design of city streets and intersections. Recommendation be received. Item 5.2, Correspondence from Jamie Philp respecting making the city safer for pedestrians and cyclists. Recommendation be received. Item number 11, 11.9, Financial support for waste management development and consulting fees for relocation of garbage dumpsters on City Housing Hamilton property at 45 Montcalm Drive, Hamilton, Ward 8, was withdrawn and is to be presented as a notice of motion at the August 11th Emergency and Community Services Committee meeting. And there are a number of notices of motion. 12.1, the installation and removal of speed cushions as a traffic calming measure on Broker Drive, Ward 6. The installation of speed cushions as a traffic calming measure on Wood Street East, Mary Street North, and Robinson Street, Ward 2. Item 12.2, replacement of Churchill Park Stairs, 145 Klein Avenue, Hamilton, and extension of sidewalk on Kipling Road to the Park Stairs, Ward 1. Item 12.4, fencing improvements at Fairgrounds Community Park, 305 Fall Fair Way, Glanbrook Cemetery, 4350 Binbrook Road, and Binbrook Park, 2640 Regional Road 56, Ward 11. Item 12.5, municipal class environmental assessment for Safari Road between Kirkwall Road and Valens Road, Ward 13. Item 12.6, demolition of the decommissioned boat launch at Confederation Beach Park, 200 Van Wagner's Beach Road, Hamilton, Ward 5. And item 12.7, sport lighting improvements at Hill Park Pickleball, 465 East 16th Street, and Mohawk Sports Park, 1100 Mohawk Road East, for Wards 6 and 7.
Thank you. I'll have it moved by Councillor Vanderbeek and seconded by Councillor Ferguson to please approve the agenda as amended. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, it's before you for electronic vote. Two thumbs up, Councillor Pauls and Councillor Powers, thank you. And that carries. Moving on to declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest, colleagues? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, which is approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of July 6, 2022, moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Any discussion on the item? Councillor Powers, the hands up. Was it a question? Thumbs up. Approval. Okay, it's before committee for a vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Danko and Powers, and that is carried. Moving on to communication items, we have 5.1, correspondence from Laura Palumba respecting public safety and design of city streets and intersections, and 5.2, correspondence from Jamie Phillip respecting making the city safer for pedestrians and cyclists. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Powers. Any discussion on the communication items? Seeing none, it's before committee for vote. And both have been received. Councillor Powers, thank you. Thumbs up. Councillor Danko. Just verbalize. Approve. Got it. That carries. Moving on to consent items. First one up is 7.1, the 2022 midterm report on community bookings at Tim Hortons Field, PW 18075A in Ward 3. And please have that moved by Councillor Pauls. I'm happy to second it. Any discussion, colleagues? If not, I do have a quick question for staff. If I could turn the chair over. Councillor Powers? Excellent. Thank you. First off, thanks to staff and all the team who's been working towards making sure that the community users have been able to access the Tim Hortons Field and facility. If I could, through you, there was earlier conversations in the community about the lack of community use. If staff don't mind, I'd like to put it on the public record in terms of the number of community hours that are indicated in the report and who the community user groups are.
Through the chair, there's a number of community users, primarily the school boards with Prince of Wales and Bernie Custis. If you recall, in 2019, Bernie Custis opened their doors to the secondary school, and shortly after we went into a pandemic, so the hours were really reduced. But we have been discussing stadium use with the school board, and in 2022 there was about 248 hours Bernie Custis used the stadium between March and June, and they've called us to start discussing the September to December period for this year. Outside the school boards, there are other non-profit organizations and other organizations in the community that have been calling to use the stadium. And if you look at the appendices, there's a 5-year history showing that the total hours of community use that go beyond the school board. There are other users. This is a midterm report, just highlighting, just the interest in the public in terms of the lack of community use. We thought it would be prudent to bring an interim report to committee, and with the intent at the end of the year to bring a more comprehensive report highlighting not only the community use, but the professional use, the concert use, as well as probably adding an appendix to highlight all the community users at the stadium.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And can't stress enough how much of an impact that ends up having, especially for the young folks at Prince of Wales and Bernie Custis, to be able to play at a professional level field. And the images that come through on social media of the parents taking pictures of their kids playing at the track and field meet at the elementary school, being right there at the stadium. So again, thank you to staff and facility for managing those additional community hours and the projected nearly 500 hours for 2022. Thank you. I'll take back the chair if there's no further questions on this report. It is
and there are no speakers.
Thank you. Ready for vote? And that carries, thank you. Moving on to 7.2, Woodward's upgrade construction update. Sorry, Woodward's upgrades construction updates. First, a mover and seconder, Ferguson and Pearson. And Councillor Ferguson, you're the first speaker. And we do have John Helka, Director of Public Works, available to answer any questions. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, questions of you, Madam Chairman, to John. John, thanks for the report. It looks like everything is still going along well. There's a real mega project down there. Their main pumping station is done. In fact, I see your decommissioning from the photographs, the old one. The electrical chlorination project, looks like the electrical project is done. It's just commissioning, and the chlorination project's the same. And then the terrestrial, get tongue-tied in that word, terrestrial treatment upgrade project looks like it's 90% finished. So it's progressing along well. So congratulations on that. Are you on schedule?
Oh, John's with us electronically or virtually. Go ahead.
Through the chair, based on the revised schedule, yes. The original schedule, of course, as I've identified in the information report, we did have some challenges throughout on each of the projects. Overall, we're on schedule for our GIF requirements, but for each individual construction contract, they have slipped approximately 1 year from the original construction contract, which identified within the information report some of the challenges that we had, whether it was related to COVID, supply chain issues, and overall other type-related challenges.
Are you still in budget? I don't see.
Yeah, absolutely, we're on budget, yes. At this point in time.
Any lost time injuries so far?
No lost time injuries, and I'm happy to report. I know that's important to you, Councillor. We've, as I've mentioned in the report, we've had over 1.8 million person hours work to date on site with no lost time injuries, and that is a definite testament to staff and the construction team.
It is. I can't find any of that information on the report. The appendix is just, it's not just, but it's photos primarily. But that's good to know that you're on budget. No question. I think every construction project got delayed by COVID. And so when do you expect to flip the switch and see the effluent coming out of that plant then being reduced significantly to help us decommission the harbor?
Through the chair, the tertiary treatment project is going through the commissioning phase right now, and we plan to send tertiary treated effluent out the outfall into Red Hill Creek sometime by the end of September, early October. And then we're hoping to have the project reach substantial completion by the end of the year. Knock wood, assuming everything goes well, of course.
And just refresh everybody's memory, what is the total value of all three contracts?
Of all three contracts right now on construction alone is approximately $340 million.
Well, I just want to offer my congratulations to you and your team to be on budget with a project that big, that complex, that important, and haven't hurt nobody doing it. And on your revised budget, that's a real testament to you and your leadership and the entire team working down there. So thank you very much. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor, for those congratulatory words for our staff. So it has moved. Oh, Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just one quick question for me. Just reading the report, one thing that stood out is the decommissioning of the old pumping station that was in, I think it says, continuous operation for 57 years. So through you to staff, how was that transition to the new pumping station, and what is the, the consequences of that pumping station being in continuous operation?
Sorry, I just missed the last part. It kind of broke up at my end, Councillor.
I guess it was just the consequences if there was an interruption in pumping at the Woodward plant.
Oh, so through the chair, you're correct. The existing pumping station was in service for many years. And of course, that is our main pumping station that conveys all wastewater from the city into the wastewater treatment plant. So full-time operation, that is critical. If it does not operate, then that can cause backups and other infrastructure damage. It was very challenging in terms of commissioning from the new station, from the old station to the new station. It had to be staged in a particular manner, where at one point in time we ran both stations at the same time to ensure flow was maintained through the rest of the treatment plant. And ultimately, as I believe identified in the report, come October, the old station was completely decommissioned, and the new station was conveying all the wastewater into the wastewater treatment plant, which allowed us to safely and effectively decommission and demolish that existing pumping station. So I hope that it answered your question, Councillor.
Yes, it does. It's a major achievement, that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for responses. And it is moved and seconded before committee for vote, please. Thumbs up from Councillor Farr. And that carries. Moving on to 7.3, Claremont Access Wall Decommissioning and Rockfall Mitigation Works for walls in 3, 4, and 4A, PW Report 22062, impacting Ward 2 and 8. May I please have Councillor Farr and Danko as the movers and seconders. Acting Director of Engineering Services, Susan Jacob, will introduce the report, and then we'll open up the speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Susan Jacob, Acting Director of Engineering. Claremont Access, this is an information report to update the ongoing maintenance strategy with regard to the Claremont Access Escarpment crossing. The access road is protected by a combination of steel facing walls and steel bin walls, which were constructed in 1968, 1970. So the steel facing walls are now at the end of the design life. These walls are not retaining walls, but provide these erosion protection or provides erosion control, in fact. Standard consultants were retained by city to monitor the rock face, carry out the global stability analysis, prepare the detailed design and tender, and prepare an options report as to how to remedy and if anything is needed after the facing walls are coming down. So based on these recommendations, the walls 3, 4, and 4A are planned to be removed in 2022. The erosion will be monitored and the options for remedy will be determined after that. So the downbound lanes resurfacing is currently planned for 2025 in the budget. And the implementation, based on the implementation to recommend, or the recommendations based on the remedial measures.
Thank you for that overview. Speakers list is open, and we first have Councillor Danko, then Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a comment and then a couple questions. I think this project and this report really highlights the need for strategic asset management. These galvanized steel retaining walls were installed in 1968 to 1970, and it's well established that the life cycle of galvanized steel is about 50 years, and lo and behold, we're almost exactly 50 years right now, and they are at the end of their usable life cycle. So if there was a sustainable asset management plan in place that took into account second cycle replacement, we would have that fully funded right now and planned. But it's good to see that we are taking action. And my question through you, Madam Chairman, is looking at the drawings, there are a number of properties at the top along Bulls Lane and in Ward 8 that face directly onto the retaining wall. And I believe when I looked at the drawings, the top wall, I think it's wall 1, is being maintained. So there would be no impact on those properties that abut directly the retaining walls. Was I reading that correctly?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. So the walls that will be required to retain the stability is going to be left in place.
Thank you. And then the remainder, so initially I thought that all of the walls were being removed, but they're not. There's some that are being left in place, some that are being removed, and that's through the recommendations of the geotechnical experts that have evaluated this, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farr?
Appreciate this update, Susan, and the call we had last week. Public safety is paramount throughout this process, and in a few short years, we're going to see the remedy in full bloom. Just curious, I did not get a chance to ask you this last week through you, Chair. It's my understanding we've been down a lane for many, many years now on that downbound. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that downbound lane will remain closed It's only 2 downbound lanes will be active, even after the removal of the facing wall.
That's what I wanted to get confirmation on. So through you to Mr. Soldo or whomever, has there been historical traffic impacts with the loss of that lane, or are we finding this is very much doable in the because we do not have traffic impacts even in peaks?
Director Field.
Mike Field, Acting Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance. Through the chair to the councillor, the closure of that lane since the initial closure, we haven't really seen too many traffic impacts during AM or PM peaks. So I don't expect that we would see any further impacts with the work that Susan and her team are doing. Okay.
And the final question, Madam Chair, is kind of a fun one. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, through you to Mike or whomever on staff, that this is the section of the escarpment that has traditionally, for as long as I've been alive in this city, had the Happy Holidays sign erected on it. Am I right? Uh-oh.
But nobody's confirmed.
If I am, I'll just leave it with this. Hopefully we put the proper pieces of hookup equipment to make that an easy annual return for the works that are going. I'm sure you've already thought about that, but I think it's important probably to a lot of Hamiltonians, particularly around the holiday season. It's a great tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. And it has been moved and seconded. That exhausts our speakers list, and it's before committee for vote.
Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote? Thank you.
Thank you, and that carries. Moving on to 7.4, Hamilton Wastewater Approvals Process Update, PW 22069. May I please have a mover and seconder to put this on the agenda, on the floor, and then we do have an overview. Thank you, Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. And if I could, please, Nick Winters, Acting Director of Hamilton Water, to provide an introduction to the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an information report today because no direction or authority from council is needed at this time, but it does speak to some complicated topics, which I'm going to try and cover briefly for you. The report provides committee with information about some significant changes that are being made to the regulatory approvals process for municipal wastewater and stormwater systems within Ontario. And specifically, that's around the consolidation and the administration of environmental compliance approvals and the processes to approve new wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, both that is constructed by private developers or by the city to support growth. The MECP has assured us that these regulatory changes are meant to streamline the existing system and to make various administrative and approvals processes quicker. But as I'm sure committee is aware, anytime the compliance language is opened up for changes, there can be some unintended impacts. And for Hamilton, those unintended impacts would relate to the size and complexity of our combined sewer system. Hamilton Water has been following the discussion very closely and inserting ourselves where helpful to mitigate any negative potential impacts from the new compliance language for our city. The report also speaks to the unique characteristics of Hamilton's wastewater system and some of our challenges with the MECP guidelines for capture and treatment of wet weather flow within the combined sewer system. Specifically, MECP procedure F55 requires municipalities with combined sewer systems to capture and treat a minimum of 90% of the wet weather flow received by the CSS. Hamilton's system has made significant improvements over the past 30 years through the CSO construction and operation program, but our system currently can only capture about 87% of the wet weather flow that it receives. However, our wastewater system and our interactions with the Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan have also presented an opportunity for a made-in-Hamilton alternative to the 90% wet weather capture target that will result in equal and possibly even better benefits for the natural environment. And that alternative is a pollutant loading based target. And the general idea is that with the commissioning of the tertiary treatment process at the Woodward wastewater treatment plant, as discussed already later this year, the city will be able to demonstrate that the combined pollutant loading from all of our combined sewer overflows, our wastewater treatment plant bypasses, and the tertiary treated effluent from the Woodward facility will result in a global pollutant loading that meets the loading targets identified by the HHRAP as necessary for Hamilton Harbor to begin the environmental recovery process, eventually leading to the harbor being delisted as an area of concern. For clarity, pollutant loading is calculated using the total volume of a discharge multiplied by the concentration of the pollutants. And our strategy tells the MECP that we're going to discharge a slightly higher volume during wet weather, but at the Woodward wastewater treatment plant, we're going to treat the wastewater to a higher threshold so that the tertiary treated effluent exceeds the MECP standards on a continual basis. When you balance the pollutant loadings from the city's wet weather discharges with the ongoing performance of the Woodward wastewater treatment plant, the total pollutant loadings will be equivalent to or less than what the city could achieve by capturing enough wet weather flow to meet the 90% target from procedure F55. The city has proposed this loading-based alternative to the MECP for adoption as part of the environmental compliance approval update. And it's important that they buy into the approach so that the city can continue to grow and accept new wastewater discharges into the system, while at the same time we plan for additional investments in the wastewater system that will result in greater and greater environmental performance. And committee will hear about some of those possible investments during item 8.1 today, which is a presentation and report related to the flooding and drainage improvement framework. And the last thing I want committee to know regarding the regulatory changes is that the MECP has been working very collaboratively with their municipal partners over the past few years to develop the consolidated ECA language and associated processes. Hamilton Waters has been involved throughout the entire process, and we know that the MECP is open to discussing ECA language that is unique for Hamilton and our wastewater system. And I personally confirmed that with senior levels of the MECP, and we've also been having positive conversations with the local MECP office as well. And this is a topic we'll be happy to provide more information on as the discussions continue and progress through the end of 2022 and into early 2023. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you for that overview. The speaker's list is open, and Councillor Danko is up first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And understanding we have a fairly substantial report on 8.1 on flooding and drainage improvement works. I think this information report, even though it is just an information report, is very important to a number of conversations that we've been having as a city in terms of our growth planning. So a couple things in the report that I noticed is some concerns that it could lead to longer approvals for development. It could lead to requirements for detention and treatment strategies within the city core, and also restrictions on private dewatering being excluded from the system altogether. So just wondering if Director Winters would be able to expand on some of those challenges that are outlined in the report.
Thank you. Director?
Certainly. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Danko. So with respect to the longer approvals timeframes, the draft ECA language that staff have reviewed indicates that municipalities that have combined sewer systems will not be covered by we'll call it the quick path approvals that are contemplated by these consolidated ECAs. And that quick path for approvals allows the municipality to directly approve new infrastructure without having to involve consultation with the MECP. For Hamilton, any new development related projects, whether it's being constructed by a developer or whether it's being constructed by the city to support growth, would require us to go through a different path within these new ECAs. It's called a Schedule C, which we would submit to the ministry for their consideration. And it would follow a very similar path to the approvals process for a standalone environmental compliance approval that the city follows presently. The intent of the regulatory changes around these consolidated ECAs by the ministry is to make the approvals processes that exist currently faster. And they do recognize that those municipalities that have combined sewer systems likely will be challenged by the language as written, and we're going to have to figure out some language working hand in hand with the ministry that's going to work for Hamilton and certainly for the other municipalities that have combined sewer systems as well, that allows us to use those quicker paths as contemplated by the ministry. Instead of everything that happens in our city that requires a wastewater approval having to go through a more formal consultation process. Now that's for low risk items, certainly. I mean, any high risk infrastructure that is contemplated for construction in the city is going to follow a more robust process with consultation with the ministry. With regards to, I think you were hinting at through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, hinting at sewer separation within the downtown core. Again, the draft DCA language that we've reviewed essentially says that if the city were to move forward and separate a combined sewer into a separate storm sewer and a separate sanitary sewer, we have to contemplate the quality of the stormwater that's going to be received by that new stormwater and discharged to the natural environment. And if necessary, we would have to construct infrastructure to improve that water quality before it's discharged to the natural environment. And that could be a grit tank. It could be a stormwater pond in a more conventional suburban type of development. It could be underground tankage or some new technology. And the conversation that we as staff are having with the ministry is how can we balance the objectives for environmental protection with our ability to make the right intervention in the wastewater system at the right time based on our capital planning. And sometimes I'm certain that will allow us to construct some type of treatment infrastructure, as I've already mentioned, but sometimes we may find that type of intervention or that type of infrastructure has to come later. So the ministry recognizes that as a challenge for municipalities with combined sewer systems and a built-out urban core, and we need to land on some language that provides some flexibility to do the right thing at the right time, both through the city's eyes, the ministry's eyes, and certainly respecting our responsibilities to the community and to the environment. And finally, I apologize, Councillor.
The restricting of private dewatering?
Oh, thank you very much for the reminder, Madam Chair. Yes, with regarding the restriction of private dewatering, we're actually going to be, Hamilton Water is going to be bringing a report early in the new term of council looking for consideration from council to have that restriction written into our sewer use bylaw. And the purpose is to prevent any clean water going into the combined sewer system that doesn't need to be there wherever possible. And we'll contemplate some exceptions, and we've discussed some exceptions with committee, both at General Issues Committee and Public Works Committee even this year. But the idea is that if we have new developments and private properties controlling their stormwater on their site instead of discharging that into the city's sewer system, then that's going to ensure that there's still available capacity for new wastewater discharges through new developments, as well as allowing for us to, again, make the right interventions in the wastewater system at the right time.
Thank you for that very comprehensive report. I know I'm at time, Madam Chairman. I did have 2 additional questions.
Any other colleagues seeking to ask questions? If not, then seeing no other first-time speakers, go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. In the report, there's one point that I found really interesting in terms of our growth planning and growth projections. So as we all know, the City of Hamilton is scheduled to grow by 250,000 people in the next 30 years. But in the report, there's a section that speaks about capacity being an issue, whether that is in the separated system, so if it's greenfield new growth south of Mohawk, or if it's infill growth that's contributing directly into the combined system north of Mohawk. It doesn't matter where the growth is. At some point, it travels through the combined system and can lead to capacity issues. So did I interpret that right, Director Winters?
Through you, Madam Chair, you absolutely did. Councillor Danko? And this is something that's very unique about the City of Hamilton's wastewater system. We only have 2 wastewater treatment plants, where similar-sized municipalities would either have multiple similar-sized wastewater treatment plants, or even more than 2. We have the Dundas treatment plant and the Woodward facility, and the Dundas treatment plant is very small, and really all it manages is the wastewater discharged by the community of Dundas, although we do have the ability to direct some wastewater from the community of Waterdown through that facility as well when there's capacity available. But by and large, the wastewater that comes to the wastewater system from Waterdown, as an example, is pumped into the combined sewer system, and it makes its way to the northeast end of the city, the Woodward wastewater treatment facility. By the same token, if there's new development in Ancaster or Glanbrook or Binbrook, Upper Stony Creek, all of that wastewater at some point is going to make its way through a separated sanitary sewer system and into the older combined system before it can make its way to the Woodward wastewater treatment plant. So there isn't much in the form of new development that can happen in the city that isn't potentially going to have an impact on the combined sewer system, or will almost definitely have an impact. And why I say potentially is because we do have projects ongoing that will make positive interventions in capacity on a regular basis as well. So there's offsetting works.
Thank you. And I think, as you pointed out, that is a unique challenge for Hamilton. Last question is, following on that, is there are some advantages to having a combined system in going to a pollution loading target. My understanding is when stormwater traditionally is discharged, it can be contaminated with chlorides, with sediment, oil, hydrocarbons that it picks up from the roadway. But because we are channeling everything through a combined system and looking at a pollution loading target, some of those contaminants that would otherwise be discharged are in fact filtered out of the final effluent.
So through you, Madam Chair, that's absolutely correct as well. Certainly there's a benefit to stormwater making its way, or stormwater runoff making its way to the wastewater treatment plant during dry weather conditions when both the linear system, the pipes, have capacity to take it, as well as the wastewater treatment plant has the capacity to treat it effectively. And this is actually something you're going to hear about on agenda item 8.1 today, the Flooding and Drainage Improvement Framework. Mark Bainbridge and our colleagues from GM Blue Plan, our consultant, are going to talk about the idea of managed sewer separation, and that there may be benefits as we move forward as a community with modernizing our sewer system to potentially even maintain some areas that are combined for the betterment of the environment.
Thank you. I really appreciate the time.
Thank you. We do have another speaker, Councillor Van Der Beek, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. So I just want to clarify something. So if development is going to require an additional step at the NECP because of combined sewers, since Dundas treats its own sewage and does not have combined sewers, has separated sewers, will that be required for new development in Dundas? And I'm thinking specifically of renovations, infill, secondary units, things like that.
So through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Van Der Beek, the short answer is yes. Any development that is going to occur within the community of Dundas, and this is about constructing new pipes in the road or increasing the size of wastewater pumping stations. That's what's contemplated by the consolidated ECAs. It is going to require to go through that same approvals process, and the reason for that is that the Dundas wastewater treatment plant is small. The sewers in the community of Dundas are actually nominally separated, and what that means is that foundation drains still go to the sanitary sewer system out there because of the available sewer elevations historically. So there are times when the Dundas wastewater treatment plant can't handle all the flow that's generated by the community of Dundas, and our system has the ability to take that excess flow and move it through a pumping station down there, up the hill, up Coots Drive is what I mean by the hill, and get it into the combined sewer system where it makes its way to Woodward as well. So ultimately everything is connected in our system, and that's the view of the ministry, and those are the conversations that we'll be having with them to make sure that we land on a process and language within these ECAs that allows development to move forward at the speedy pace that the ministry is interested, as well as the city.
Thank you. And so, through you, Madam Chair, my understanding was that, I'll back that up. There was a time when the Dundas wastewater treatment plant would overflow. It would overflow into the Desjardins Canal. My understanding is that that's not happened in quite a number of years. So is that because we're managing it in Dundas, the flow in Dundas, within Dundas? Or is that because somehow some of that flow is being diverted?
So through you, Madam Chair, again, Councillor, you're absolutely correct. There was a time when the Dundas wastewater treatment plant would overflow occasionally to the Desjardins Canal. And in the early 2000s, and I apologize because I would get the date wrong if I tried to pin it down through previous investments approved by council, there was what we call the Dundas Diversion Tank. It's a facility that was constructed, and it is essentially at the corner of King Street and Olympic Drive in Dundas. And what that is it's a storage tank as well as a pumping station, and that facility receives any flow that the Dundas wastewater treatment plant can't handle, and it moves it up Coots Drive and into the combined sewer system, and that excess flow goes to Woodward. So the construction and commissioning of that facility essentially eliminated any overflows from the Dundas wastewater treatment plant. Off the top of my head, the last overflow that we had at that facility was in 2010 or earlier. We have had some, we'll call it false alarms at that facility over the past 5 years, and what's happened in those situations is that the flow in the, or the water levels in the Desjardins Canal have gotten so high that they're actually flowing back into our infrastructure and triggering flow sensors, but there hasn't actually been an overflow in that area in more than a decade.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, staff, for the comprehensive overview and responses. So it's been moved and seconded and before committee for receipt.
Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote?
And that carries. Thank you. And on to 7.5, which are various advisory committee meeting minutes. The first one up is the Hamilton Cycling Committee Hamilton Cycling Committee minutes of June 1st, 2022. The second one is Waste Management Advisory Committee meeting minutes of March 31st. And then the third is Keep Hamilton Clean and Green Advisory Committee for February 15th and April 16th. Please have a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Power, seconded by Councillor Pauls. This is to receive consent items A, B, and C. Any discussion on the items? Seeing none, please vote. That carries. Thank you. Next is 7.6, intersection control list PW 22001, affecting wards 1 through 5. May I please have a mover and seconder to put it on the floor? Thank you, Councillor Farr. I'll second it. Any discussion on the control list? Seeing none, then please proceed to a vote. And that carries. That brings us to agenda item 8. 8.1 is the Flooding and Drainage Improvement Framework, PW 22071. I'd like to call on Mark Brainbridge, Director of Water and Wastewater Planning and Capital, to please introduce the presentation. And as staff make it to the mic and the podium, we'll also have consultants to continue the presentation as well.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to present on your agenda here this afternoon. This presentation accompanies our information report. No requests are made for decisions at this time, but Hamilton Water has been working on future plans to address the limitations of our combined sewer system in order to improve service and performance with the goals of mitigating basement flooding and combined sewer overflows to the environment. We have developed our flooding and drainage improvement framework, the FDIF study, a roadmap to identify the timelines, resources, and tasks necessary to resolve the disadvantages of our old sewer design and update its functionality. We're here with, as you mentioned, our consulting partners, GM Blue Plan. Do we have the slide presentation to present up here? Thanks so much. And control is down here or on the mouse? On the mouse. Doesn't seem to be. Let me just see if that works better. Here we show the slide that simply shows our followed structured approach to the development of flooding and drainage improvement framework. It's a methodology that we built on the basis of conclusions from previous information on understanding and our incorporating our corporate goals and objectives to inform the assessment approach that included a number of staff teams. We looked at different opportunities and management options to arrive at the study recommendations. Our goal is to implement an approach that meets the needs of our modern community and our regulatory environment into the future. At the end of this presentation, we'll have an opportunity to discuss the next steps in our process. Shown here is the shaded area of our combined sewer system that we've just been talking about, and this boundary represents the study area for the flooding and drainage improvement framework. Please note that the boundary does not include the old townships and communities such as Stony Creek and Ancaster in the separated sewer shed areas. In this area, as time goes by, in the combined sewer system, we're facing greater pressures to address legacy issues and new challenges that strain the capacity of our combined sewer system. The limitations are based on old system designs that predate modern standards. The oldest parts of our system were built well over 100 years ago. So as a result, we still have overflows from combined sewer points. We're experiencing more pressures from growth and development. Climate change pressures must be monitored. Environmental protection is increasingly more important within our community, and aging infrastructure continues to be top of mind. So there's certainly challenges, but we have been doing a lot over time to address those challenges. We've built interceptors and a Woodward wastewater treatment plant, centralized treatment, many years ago. We've built the important CSO storage tank program since the 1980s. And we're constructing extensive local storm relief sewers when we have the opportunity. In addition, you also heard this afternoon the capacity or the Woodward treatment plant upgrades, but we've also done primary capacity upgrades that have been completed for some time now to improve the treatment of stormwater. We've embarked on real-time control initiatives to improve the performance of the system. We're starting to get into practices with respect to low-impact development. And we've been chasing down extraneous flows that are getting into the system from precipitation where it shouldn't. While an old single pipe combined sewer system still exists, there will always be an opportunity for overflows. And new ideas are coming forward in this study. And Julian, our consultant leading the technical work with our team, will now present some of the recommendations and the process that we went through to get to those recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So essentially, you can see from the discussion so far today and Mark's introduction that the city's combined system is an old legacy system with a lot of complex issues and changing priorities. How do we manage the condition of that system, the capacity and the performance of that system, supporting growth, as well as integrating all these past localized study or topic-specific studies into one cohesive plan that helps set the vision for the combined system long-term, with the context of all those local studies and all of these greater priorities. So essentially, the framework study was put together and was initiated to really help provide clear guidance of how we move forward from today to the future vision of the combined portion of the city system, and how do we prioritize those individual recommendations, initiatives, and how do we implement it in a cohesive, strategic fashion that manages risks and is conscious of our short and long-term needs. And so essentially you can see by the graphic here is this is what the study was, is a bit of a funnel or top-down approach to look at what are the true objectives and criterias for the system, both short and long-term, and then looking at those objectives against what we have, how is it performing, so that we can ultimately identify what are our needs, what are our prioritizations, set that vision, so then we can evaluate alternatives to ultimately come up with the overall recommendation. And so this is still predominantly a guiding study, which gives broad recommendations as well as some localized recommendations. But to truly implement the next major steps, some additional technical work and public consultation steps would be needed to take it to its full completion. So when we're going through this study, one of the topics or one of the approaches that we really took was really looking at a risk management approach of the system. We have a lot of longer-term priorities or objectives that we want to achieve with the system long-term, and then as well as we have very pressing, area-specific, higher-risk issues that we needed to address. So ultimately, the approach was to break it down into short-term management strategy. So how do we address our highest risk issues, basement flooding, overflow, the areas of greatest needs, while also being aware of what those long-term objectives are so that we are developing short-term strategies that also fit into and support the long-term strategies, and that we are aware of climate change, growth, changing MECP requirements, all these other factors when developing that long-term strategy. To review the system and to develop those strategies, you can see here that we did go through a fairly comprehensive review of multiple different data sets to help us identify what are the areas of greatest need, greatest risk, and help us prioritize both areas and strategies. So you can see in the table there on the presentation that we looked at historic flooding records, infrastructure condition, hydraulic models, past studies, various other components to essentially evaluate what is the performance of the system, what is the risk of the system, to ultimately help us determine how should we prioritize and how should we implement these solutions. When looking at the system as a whole, the combined system, we can see that we looked at all of these different data sets across the entire combined system, breaking up the combined system up into 108 individual sub-catchment areas to ultimately individually prioritize each of the 108 areas in the system. And then when coming up with short-term recommendations, ensuring that we have recommendations to help address the highest risk areas of flooding and overflows and surface flooding in the areas that were identified as the highest priority. When coming up with the overall vision or strategy for the combined system, we had to first think of what was our end goal, what was our long-term vision for this system. You know, we have a lot of localized needs, but it doesn't necessarily work if we're not all working towards that end vision. You know, what is it going to look like 50 years from now? And so ultimately, the concept that was decided is that the long-term strategy is this concept of a managed sewer separation. So right now, we're talking about generally a single pipe system, wastewater and stormwater coming into one sewer, being conveyed, and then when it rains, you know, getting overwhelmed, storage, overflows, flooding, other issues. The long-term strategy here is managed sewer separation. So what this means is now when we go into a project, the default approach is a two-pipe system. We would look to implement storm and wastewater and try to do that over the long term, combining it with our asset renewal needs, and you know, doing it also better in a controlled manner. So when we're doing a project somewhere, we look to see, can we implement sewer separation? But what we also need to do is come up with that broader strategy for the citywide to say, how are we going to implement this on the whole area? So where is there going to be our new outfalls? Where are going to be our new trunk sewers? Do we need treatment? These other issues. So we'll develop that strategy first and then implement it over the long term, but also do it in a prioritized manner. So do it in the highest priority areas first, do it where we're doing other projects related to development, asset renewal, etc. But what's also important is recognizing we have a set of end goals at the end of the day. You know, flooding, overflow control, accommodation of climate change, these other things. So we need to continuously evaluate the program as we move forward against those goals and identify that there may be some locations where we will continue to use a combined system because we've met our objectives or it doesn't work from a technical or financial perspective. But the approach to managed sewer separation is that we're committing that on the whole, we're generally going to have a separated system, and that's going to be the default approach. And it's only through analysis and other means that if we prove that it's not viable for this location, that we don't implement it locally, but we continue to implement it across the entire system. So that was setting the long-term vision. Then what we did was for all of the high priority areas, we essentially identified short-term strategies to address the existing risk that's there. So how do we address the existing basement flooding, surface flooding, potential overflow risk at these locations? So as always, we would look at, could we just directly implement the sewer separation here at this location? Is it technically feasible in the short term, and does it address our issues? And if it does, and it could be implemented relatively quickly, then that would be the recommendation for these areas. Otherwise, we would review a full suite of other alternative options to address the risks at those areas, and that being, you know, sewer upgrades, storage, you know, LID, all the variety of other approaches that would have been identified. And so in the flooding and drainage study report for the priority areas, we've got a broad range of short-term solutions to help address these high-risk areas. What we also identified is there's a set of options that aren't quite the long-term managed sewer separation approach and aren't quite the localized priority area solutions. And these are broader system-wide solutions that do provide benefit locally, but also provide broader benefit to the system, and also can support things related to growth capacity and or other factors. And we flag those as, you know, twinning of some new major trunk infrastructures, you know, twinning of the Western Interceptor sewer or something similar concepts within the city. For those, we've said that, you know, there's potentially some merit, but those really should be further evaluated through the ongoing master plan to see how that would factor into their growth-related strategy. Ultimately, in terms of overall recommendations, in addition to the infrastructure recommendations, There's a number of studies, policies, tools that are really needed to support the implementation of this program recommendations. So what we have flagged is a number of studies and tools, like updating the city's hydraulic model, additional flow monitoring, additional field investigation works to really enhance the understanding of the system so that we can now go into the technical details and really work into the implementation. There's a number of broader citywide studies that are needed to do to further refine the strategy. So to implement the managed sewer separation, we've flagged the need for 3 major environmental assessment studies, which will really help to identify where are going to be the outfalls, what's the trunk sewer alignment going to be, what are going to be the overall performance objectives for this catchment to then support the implementation of that managed sewer separation long term. And then ultimately, reviewing the city's existing policies and bylaws to ensure that they align with this overall approach. And then ultimately, in terms of infrastructure recommendations or short-term implementation recommendations, really, we've broken it, we've given some guidance in the first 10 years, where you would look at in the first 3 years, this is really everything related to those policies, the tools, everything that's going to help you better understand the system and implement your strategy long-term. Really should focus in on those first 3 years. Should start initiating the first major EA in the first 3 years, as well as undertaking the Ainslie Wood Neighborhood Creek separation EA. But what we've also found is that we know there's some previously completed studies or some quick wins in terms of addressing risk areas that we know we can implement within the very short term. And so we've identified about 20 million in in-ground works to address the highest risk areas. And then years 3 to 5 is you would continue on with those major EA studies so that we do have that full plan and framework and detailed, fully worked out. And then again, continue to implement the higher risk areas, the infrastructure recommendations for those areas. And then years 5 to 10, this is where we could start implementing some of those longer term strategies, so we can start working on the managed sewer separation strategy, as well as to continue to address those high risk areas with additional about 100 million in ground works in the 5 to 10 year time frame. In terms of the overall program cost, again, we've kind of laid this out. We recognize that the managed sewer separation is going to be a very long-term initiative. It's going to be more than 20, it's going to be well over 20 years to implement, because it's also going to be tied with, asset renewal of the existing sewer system over that long term. But what we flagged is, if we want to address the highest priority, the short-term priorities that we've identified in this study, it's looking to be about a $300 million investment. And then to fully implement the long-term strategies and all those other aspects, that's potentially up to $1 billion in investment. Ultimately, the level of investment will be driven by the performance objectives that the city wants to achieve with this system. The further we want to reduce the chances of flooding, basement flooding, overflows, better being to mitigate the impacts of climate change, all those different aspects, that's going to require a further level of investment. And then also further investigations and studies are going to be needed and help to refine these overall program costs. Ultimately, we might find that some of these recommendations here may not be required following the implementation of the first few phases. Okay.
Thanks very much, Julian. And I want to just thank our consulting partners and our staff teams to get us to this point so far where we can present some of the outcomes of the study. Our FDIF work was initiated in 2021, and the final written documents were developed here in 2022. And as Julian mentioned, there are some overlapping elements with other works that have been undertaken, and so we do have some of that low-hanging fruit, and the Ainsley Wood Creek Separation Project, as referenced previous, is one of those where we see opportunities to exclude water from getting into the combined sewer system. So today we're providing council with this update of progress, and we'll move forward with additional recommended environmental assessment works in 2023, and that's sort of the additional studies that Julian's referencing, including the West End area sewer separation and identification of associated new outfalls, and the location of those outfalls to remove stormwater from the storm-stressed combined sewer system in the west side. So starting there, this would be the first of a few environmental assessment projects that will be needed to cover the full scope of the entire combined sewer system in order to refine the approaches, the strategies, as well as the cost estimates, and begin decision making for these wide capital improvement strategies. We do realize that this program will require significant financial resources and will therefore need future work with internal departments, finance department in particular, to develop the financing strategies as well as intergovernmental relation strategies, and secure the appropriate funding sources to be successful. In the meantime, we continue to move forward with smaller opportunities where we see them. In parallel, again, as mentioned by Julian, we're working to establish other tools and greater understanding of the hydraulics of the system, and use that information to create positive influences over our service to the community. Complex hydraulic modeling capabilities and development of policies are moving forward at this point in time, and stormwater rate strategies are being brought forward to identify an additional opportunity for funding mechanisms that you'll likely hear about in the future. So we do see a future that is largely free from the constraints of an old combined sewer system that impacts our environment and our residents. The FDIF study provides us with a sewer separation strategy that connects us with this vision, and future connections with council will be necessary to ensure we have the resources and appropriate approval support to implement this vision. So thank you for the time this afternoon, and we can take questions.
Thank you both for that comprehensive overview of an essential framework to start a systemic response to improving our old legacy system. Speakers list is open. First up is Councillor Danko, and I want to acknowledge that Councillor Wilson is here as a guest to the Public Works Committee, so if any other committee members would like to indicate their questions, we'll add you to the speakers list as well. So first up is Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and likewise really appreciate the comprehensive and honest review of the needs for flooding and drainage issues in the city of Hamilton. My first question through you, Madam Chair, is just on the issues caused by sanitary versus stormwater. So my understanding of the combined system is the majority of the problem is the stormwater flow, that if you have a combined system pipe that's, say, a meter diameter, that the level of sanitary that's going through that is not negligible, but very small compared to the volume of stormwater. So when we're talking about addressing our floodage and drainage issues, we're mainly talking about the stormwater component. Am I?
Yeah, through the chair. That's a great question, and I appreciate the question because you're absolutely right that anywhere within the city, there's going to be a different proportion of stormwater and wastewater running through a pipe, but generally speaking, your 5, maybe 10% of a pipe capacity might be consumed by a sanitary flow, and the dominant scale of that pipe is going to be there for large stormwater inflow that was designed when the system was originally built.
Thank you. So, you know, I think as we move forward, I think it's just important to, you know, when we're talking about this issue, that it's that the 5% to 10% sanitary flow is no problem. When we're talking about new growth or new development, that can be accommodated. It's the accompanying 90 to 95% stormwater component that causes the problem. When I'm looking at the recommendations, you know, in 10 years, $367 million, $1 billion total over 20 plus years, and even in the next 0 to 3 years, recommendation for $20 million in groundwork, 3 to 5 years, an additional $87 million in groundwork. I think it's pretty clear to me anyway that we will need as a municipality assistance from upper levels of government in order to come anywhere near to that kind of investment. But at this point, you know, understanding this is a fresh study, a new report, how are we planning to incorporate that into our capital plan? Is there anything in the current capital plan, or is how much is unfunded at this point?
Yeah, through the chair, we have anticipated some of these recommendations, but certainly we were waiting till the finalization of the report to see the scale of what's before us. We have pre-planned about $90 million in the existing budget to undertake some of the preliminary works that we see as studies and or quick wins that we can move forward with.
Thank you. And that $90 million, so that covers, I think, the recommendations out for the next 5 years?
Yeah, roughly. I think some of the numbers were in that ballpark, that Julian showed on the slide there.
And do you know, is that rate supported? Is that levy? Is that reserve?
So through the chair, our budgets are rate-based budgets, and that is a quantum that's in the rate-based budget.
Thank you. So I think for me anyway, this ties back to the issue of having, again, a dedicated stormwater management fee. If 90 to 95% of the problem is stormwater, and we're paying for it from majority from the rate budget, which is not fixed to stormwater, it really highlights the need for this municipality to implement a stormwater management fee. On top of that, a lot of the impetus for this is growth and the additional 250,000 people coming to the city of Hamilton. How is this work that you've done, and you might not be able to answer this question because it's a finance issue, but how will the work that you've done tie into our development charge background studies and our assessment of new growth, and what proportion of this work would new growth have to pay?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, that's a fantastic question. And I don't have an answer for the proportion of that right now. The goals and objectives of the current study before us were aimed at sewer separation strategies and methodologies to reduce CSOs to the natural environment and basement flooding within residents' homes. That was the goal and objective. But certainly when we contemplate a full separation, we can see that will free up lots of capacity. But in terms of the actual details of support for anything outside of environmental CSOs and basement backups, we'll have to evaluate that further.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think you're just getting the conversation started today, identifying the needs, and then it's up to us and finance staff to figure out how it's going to be funded. But obviously the development charge component, when it's tied to growth, will be really important. My last question, I heard the bell, is just on the impacts of climate change. So when we're talking about growth, I think we have a fairly good idea of what our growth needs are. And you mentioned climate change in the presentation, but again, on the stormwater side, that I would think would be a fairly large unknown. So just wondering how those impacts of climate change were modeled or taken into account when you were looking at the future requirements.
Yeah, so that's a good question as well, and I think some of the methodologies certainly are intended to provide some resilience in terms of climate change. But Julian, you have a bit more detailed answer to that?
Yes, so what I guess I haven't mentioned explicitly, but it's in the report, is another recommendation is related to the increased incorporation of low-impact development into road reconstruction and new developments. So when you apply that in the context of the combined system, that does inherently provide some additional reduction in stormwater runoff. That in combination with the separated system that pulls out, that 5 to 10% of the sewer that's in the pipe. So those two things combined were essentially where we'd envision that additional climate change resiliency would be incorporated in. So the context would be that the sewer separation and the LID addresses climate change. We don't count it towards reduction of the flows when we would be sizing or upgrading our system.
Thank you. And as a city, we've had some fairly significant discussions about climate change and impacts and mitigation. And really, I see what's before us today, a managed sewer separation as being climate change mitigation because it builds resiliency into the system. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Next up is Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to committee members for allowing me this opportunity to ask some questions. I want to first of all thank staff very much for this excellent report, which is a great place for this community to move to and to begin these serious deliberations that must be had. I appreciate Councillor Danko's questions very much. I was wondering if I could begin in reading about this subject of what cities are having to do, how they're having to change their financing models and the like. What keeps on coming up for me anyways in my readings is the recurring theme of a conflict between objectives. Is the objective of this work, just so I'm clear, to address the flooding that is occurring and will occur as a consequence of climate change and our aging infrastructure to basements, for example, and or is the objective to mitigate and prevent the impact that, as Councillor Danko pointed out, 90% of those, that which is entering is stormwater, and 90% of the contaminants entering Coots, for example, is a consequence of stormwater. Is that the objective? So is the objective to deal with the impact of overflows into our natural environment and waterways, or is the objective flooding mitigation?
Probably a combination, but Director?
Through the chair, absolutely right. Thank you for the question. It was to address both of those objectives from a residential perspective, where we have records of basement flooding. This strategy will help that, as well as the CSO to the environment.
Thank you. My second question is, you mentioned a public consultation that will be forthcoming. Could you just give me an example, Director Bainbridge, of what would you be going to the public on this in the future?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor. An environmental assessment process would take us through the structured provincial EA frameworks that would provide for assessing the approaches we would apply to given areas that we identify within the study boundaries. And it would provide the public an opportunity to comment on things like the impact of separation within their communities, how that would occur were, as well as where new outfalls would exist within the natural environment and where they would discharge to in our local creeks and streams, as a couple of examples of probably the things that are going to be on the minds of residents.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. My final question is, I thought the report said that low-impact development alone is not going to be able to solve these problems now and certainly into the future. I'm hopeful that this policy, however, will provide an opportunity for the corporation when we're looking at projects to calculate, how do I explain this, costs in such a way that they're all in one bucket. Often I've had the experience of advocating for a low impact development, but it's not within the scope of a particular project, and that particular project doesn't have the budget for it, so it's deemed not affordable. But we're not accounting maybe for the downstream costs of, say, those runoffs. Is this going to be providing us with an opportunity corporately in which we have a better handle on the upstream and the downstream cost impacts? That's my last question.
Through the chair, I think that definitely this study did make that statement about LID not being the complete solution to the scale of the problems that we have, but it does support the ideas of LID. It is proposing that LID is something to move forward with where we can. And the future studies that are undertaken will start to provide more clarity about opportunities within neighborhoods and within certain areas of the city where LID might be more beneficial under the backdrop of sewer separation being kind of the main strategy, but layering onto it a bunch of other things that would include green infrastructure and other techniques that could help the equation as well. You want to add anything more to that, Julian?
Through the chair to the councillor, in the budgets that we did include in the study and the recommendations, there was a funding component as well for the integration of LID works. So again, similar to one of the policy recommendations in there is that looking at LID as the default to be incorporated into certain types of projects. So as opposed to it being an add-on later, it being there from the start, and that it's only through the review that it gets eliminated because of other reasons.
That's a very hopeful note to end on corporately. So again, thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor, for your questions and for the responses to staff and Mr. Bell. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, again, thank you for the needs-based assessment and a risk management approach and this framework. It's comprehensive and really sobering and important for us as a corporation and a council to put together these kind of long projected frameworks that enable us to address the problem systemically. So thank you again. We need a mover and seconder to accept the presentation first, or receive the presentation, and then the report. Yep. So mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek for the presentation.
Councillor Powers, I didn't see your thumb.
Thumbs up, and then Councillor Ferguson is not in the room. And that carries 8-0. And to move the report and receive it, and moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by myself. Big thumbs up from Councillor Farr. That's okay. We got you. And that carries. Thank you. Moving on to public hearings and delegations. Members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. First up is 9.1. John Kozlowski, respecting monuments at East Lawn Cemetery. As you approach the podium, sir, just a reminder that you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, council. I'm here to repeal the bylaw 12-151, being a bylaw respecting the city's Hamilton cemeteries. Bylaw Schedule A, Section 1.12 sets out various requirements and permissions for erection of a monument. Monument means any permanent tombstone, headstone, ornament that projects from the surface of the ground and is used to mark the location of a lot or a plot. Definition of a marker, which means any permanent tombstone, headstone, or ornament that is flush with the surface of the ground and is used to mark the location of a grave. The cemetery mapping of East Lawn Cemetery down at Barton and Nash, Section 24 provides no upright monuments are permitted. Therefore, Section 24 is not a location designated for monuments as required pursuant to the bylaw. To the contrary, only flat markers of a specified size are permitted in this section. Monuments are only to be placed in locations designated by the director. Staff are bound to follow the provisions of the bylaw. I have a brief presentation here that really explains the whole situation. Oh, you have it already? Yep. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Any further comments, or is that the end of your delegation?
That's the end.
Thank you.
Well, sorry, I do have over 30 petitions signed by people backing this idea.
Thank you. Committee colleagues, any questions for the delegate? Questions for staff? Councillor Jackson, questions for the delegate?
Yes, please, Chair Nan. Good afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Kozlowski, thank you very much for your presentation and a very sensitive and thoughtful movie that you showed us there. So I just want some clarity, Mr. Kozlowski. You're specifically pointing to East Lawn, but is that because East Lawn is site-specific with this bylaw that doesn't allow monuments? Or is it because East Lawn may be close to where you are, you have loved ones there, but it's across the entire city that you're asking for this repeal? Through you, Chair Nan, please.
Just East Lawn. East Lawn's the one with this problem situation where people try to identify where their loved ones are by putting all these exotic monuments there. I've talked to many people down there, and they're very upset at times when things have been cleaned out and they've gone back and put them all back again because they want to know where their loved ones are in all types of weather. And I live in Burlington, and I do have relatives buried down there, yes.
I see. Okay, no, I appreciate the sincerity of that. And lastly then, so it's not like you're against the markers that are there. You just want the ability for the monuments as well, just to be clear.
Yes, the choice.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kozlowski. Thank you, Chair Nan.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So there's no further questions for the delegate, at which point I will ask for a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Powers. Thank you. So questions for staff. Oh, no, do we need to vote first and then questions for staff? Thank you. Go ahead and vote, and then we'll go to questions. And thank you, sir, for your delegation. You can sit down. Okay, thumbs up from Councillor Powers. That carries 9-0. And Councillor Farr for your questions to staff.
Yeah, I'm just interested in hearing, I guess, Cynthia's thoughts or someone's thoughts up there, and maybe highlighting any historical similar requests at East Lawn and any downsides through you.
Hi, through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Manager of Landscape Architectural Services. I believe Kara Bunn is on virtually on this meeting and can speak to this matter.
Thank you. Manager?
Through the chair, Kara Bunn, Manager of Parks and Cemeteries. Yes, there have been requests through the years for certain sections that are designated this way for a monument that's upright. This particular section has been designated through the province, through the BAO, to be a flat marker section. So currently we have over 1,300 lots in section 24 within East Lawn. Of those, 970 have been sold, and all of those have been sold with the promise that they would be maintained as flat marker sections. So we don't have the authority to change it because we don't have a section that has director ability to change and provide those monuments because it's been registered with the BAO this way as a flat marker section.
Through you then, Kara, to price it down, you're pretty much saying that the fight is with the province here?
We would, through the chair, we would have to go back to the province, but the other thing we would have to do is talk to 970 people. Yeah. Correct.
Sorry to interrupt, but I get your point. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson?
Yes, thanks, Kara. Appreciate that. My question, Kara, is do we not have other cemeteries where there's flat marker sections as well? This isn't the only one. I've seen them around. And the reason that these sections are only flat markers. Can you explain that, please?
Through the chair, you're correct. There are other cemeteries that have these sections, and we provide these sections so that there's a range of choice for people who are coming to bury their loved ones with us. These often are aesthetically chosen for that flat, flush look so that it was, you don't have a lot of upright monuments. That's often a choice that people make. The other reason they may choose this is because of the price point. It is definitely less expensive to buy a flat marker than a large upright monument.
Thank you. And as far as the concern that was raised by the delegate of the removal, that's standard through our cemeteries in the spring as a policy that that is carried out, where everything has to be removed by the residents off all markers in the spring in preparation for the maintenance for the summer. Correct?
That's correct. Everyone is given a copy of our bylaws, and that information is shared. We also post it at all the cemeteries to give warning. And what we've implemented over the last few years is to take those items and mark them and keep them safe for them so that people can come and pick them up. And then once we've done our cleanup, there's certain items that are allowed to go back.
Okay, and Kara, can just one last time, I should have asked with the previous question. The flat markers in other cemeteries, is that also pursuant to a provincial order?
Yes, that's correct. We do, every time we open a new section, we have to register it with the BAO. So if we've registered it as flat markers only, then that needs to be maintained that way. If we register it as something that the director has the ability to allow for upright monuments, then we can make that choice.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. And well, I'm going to ask one last. Sorry. Thanks, Madam Chair. Is this also a policy that's followed in the Catholic cemeteries or other religious cemeteries?
I will ask John Parada to confirm that, but I believe so.
John?
John Parada, Superintendent of Cemeteries. That is correct, Kara. It is followed provincially, so all cemeteries in the province of Ontario.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Very good answers.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Powers.
Just one question to Kara and whoever. Was Mr. Kozlowski provided with any other options, either in East Lawn or elsewhere in your conversations or whomever's conversations with him?
Manager?
Again, I'll refer to John, had direct contact with him, so.
Sure. Superintendent?
Through the chair, yes. So whenever we meet with any family, they're provided options. The options will include a cemetery of their choice. When they're at that cemetery, it would include the memorialization option. So whether you'd prefer to have a section with an upright monument or a section with a flat marker.
Thank you. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for the answers to the questions. And the delegation has been already received, so there's no further action. Moving on to 9.2, proposed permanent closure of a portion of Chapel Street, Hamilton, PW Report 22067 in Ward 3. As required under the city's bylaw number 14-204, a public meeting is required. Notice of this public meeting was provided and posted on the City of Hamilton's website. The notice advised that anyone whose lands are can't say it right now.
Judicially.
Thank you.
Prejudicially, yes.
The gum in my mouth is too dry. I can't enunciate anymore. Affected may appear before the committee, and we do not have any registered speakers, clerk?
No, we do not, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So are there any members of the public who are here present wishing to address the committee on this? No. Okay. Second time, are there any members of the public who wish to come forward to speak on this matter? And for a third and final time, any members of the public who wish to come forward to speak to this matter? No, seeing none, then I'll please have a mover and seconder to close the public meeting. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. And that carries, and the public meeting is now closed. And then on the report, may I please have a mover and seconder put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor myself. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Ferguson?
No, I was just going to second it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so no questions on the report, then we will move to a vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. And that carries, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 10, discussion items. First up is 10.1, the Blue Box Transition Update Servicing, PW Report 22064. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Danko. To approve the recommendations in the report, we do have Ryan Kent, who's the Manager of Waste Policy and Planning, who will introduce the report in order to help my colleagues identify any further questions. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. I am Ryan Kent. I'm the Manager of Waste Policy and Planning in the Waste Management Division. The report for you today is on the transition of the residential Blue Box program to a full producer responsibility model and the most recent decision that the city must make in relation to the transition of the city's Blue Box program. As you know, all municipalities will transition the residential Blue Box programs to producer responsibility between July 1st, 2023 and December 31st, 2025. Hamilton is scheduled to transition on April 1st, 2025. Circular Materials Ontario is leading the transition for producers, and due to the short time frame between now and when municipalities start to transition, is asking municipalities to collect Blue Box material on their behalf during their transition period. In Hamilton, our transition period is from April 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025, or in other words, 9 months. Circular Materials Ontario provided municipalities with a master's services agreement to enter into should municipalities decide to continue to provide Blue Box collection during the transition period. This master's services agreement includes financial and administrative components that municipalities would need to provide or adhere to during the transition period. Circular Materials Ontario also developed a calculator to determine the compensation that will be provided to municipalities during the transition for collecting Blue Box material. The calculator provides reimbursement for 80% of your Blue Box collection program costs in 2020 with increases for fuel and CPI. It does not, however, take into consideration any increases related to new contracts since 2020, which we have here in Hamilton. As you know, the regulation to transition the Blue Box will require producers to cover 100% of the cost of the Blue Box program for eligible sources following transition. The compensation being offered to the city to continue collection during transition is approximately $10 million, compared to the projected cost for Blue Box collection of $13 million, which means the city would be required to cover the remaining $3 million of the collection program. Additional concerns with the offer from Circular Materials Ontario include hauling and transfer costs. The agreement will require Blue Box material to be transported up to an hour from Hamilton, and this would likely require Hamilton to operate a transfer facility rather than having collection trucks haul their material directly to the new MRF location. Contamination threshold. The agreement requires that Blue Box contamination rates not exceed 4%, which is significantly less than the city's and comparator municipalities' current contamination rates of 12 to 16%. Promotion education reimbursement. The agreement will compensate Hamilton with $1.50 per household compared to current city costs of approximately $4 per household. And reporting requirements. To be provided compensation, the city will need to provide monthly reports that significantly surpass current reporting needs and resources to prepare them. In summary, based on the shortfall of proposed compensation and additional program and administrative concerns, staff is recommending the city responds to Circular Materials Ontario that Hamilton will not collect Blue Box material on their behalf during the transition period between April 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2025. As a result, it will be up to Circular Materials Ontario to establish a contract with a recycling collection contractor to collect blue box material from eligible sources beginning on April 1st, 2025, and provide minimum disruption to residents as promised in the blue box regulation. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview. Colleagues, any questions? Councillor Danko.
Just a quick comment. Completely agree with the staff recommendation here. I think as a municipality, if we are out of the recycling game, let's get out of it, because it's going to be, I think, issues with residents and confusion and service levels, and you know, if we were to continue as with during the transition, it just builds more confusion. So I think once we're out, and then it is the province's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. And no further speakers. It's been moved and seconded. Thank you for the overview. And it's up for vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. That carries. Moving on to 10.2, Main Street and King Street Automated Speed Enforcement, PW Report 22066. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by myself, to approve the recommendations in the report. Any discussion? Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Farr.
I'll just, on your behalf, I'm sure, and Councillor Wilson, Ward 1, thank staff. The locations are strategic. This has been well thought out, and it certainly answers some public safety concerns we have. So thanks again to staff.
Thank you. And I do have a question, so I'll pass the chair over to Councillor Powers. Thank you. So through you, just a quick question to Acting Director Field. Residents had previously requested or asked for automated speed enforcement on Main and King, and previously we were told there was too many lanes based on the technology of the automated speed enforcement cameras. So could you just break down what is enabling us now to be able to do that? Is it related to the lane reduction, or is it related to the two-way conversions? Thank you.
Through the chair to, or I guess to the chair. You have it exactly right. So the existing configuration has too many lanes on it. It's a 5-lane cross section for much of Main and a portion of King Street as well. Automated speed enforcement cameras can monitor that number of lanes all at once. And the work that's being conducted through the immediate safety measures, which includes reconfiguration of the lanes, including a reduction of the total lanes from 5 to 4, and then further pointed restrictions at some of the intersections to bring the number of lanes down even further. That enables us to operate ASE on Main Street and King Street.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'll take back the chair. And it's been duly moved and seconded. Please indicate your vote. And that also carries 9-0. Moving forward to 10.3, standardization of wide area mowers, 16-foot ones to be exact. PW 22068. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations and put it on the floor? And Manager Carabun is also available to provide an overview. Thank you, Councillor Powers. Seconded by Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Manager?
Carabun, Manager of Parks and Cemeteries. Thank you. Parks operations utilizes wide area mowers to maintain our general parkland. Historically, there have been a lot of issues with the Jacobson 16-foot mower, which is the mower that we typically purchase based on the lower price of the two available on the market, the other being the Toro mower. Due to significant downtime with the Jacobson units, we undertook a side-by-side analysis of 2 units in 2020. The record-keeping and analysis was done by our Parks South District, and the units were put through similar use, including cut times, on-the-road times, etc. Logs were kept by the operators, and the data was then compiled and analyzed. During our first summer, the Toro 16-foot wide area mower was determined to be more reliable as it gave an issue-free full shift 89% of the time, whereas the Jacobson could only offer that 41% of the time. This prompted further study of the maintenance records of all of our 16-foot mowers. The data showed us that the Toro units, despite a higher upfront cost of $29,000 more, required less maintenance over the year, which is around $3,000 per year. The Toro unit was also experiencing fewer maintenance issues, which resulted in less downtime as seen with the mower. Fewer days of downtime mean that the park staff can better meet their approved level of service for grass cutting, which is especially important in the spring when residents expect grass cut in a timely fashion. Not meeting the approved grass cutting cycles leads to community dissatisfaction and complaints and problems that are further compounded in the spring. As you all know, the grass is growing so quickly at that time of year, and cutting delays make the grass even thicker, slowing down our crews further and causing further overheating of the machines. And of course, all of that long grass that you see that we then have to remove from the fields. The Toro also performs well on slopes that we would otherwise use significantly more labor to cut with smaller machines. A final note on performance is to point out that we have had 5 fires with the Jacobson units, where we completely lost the equipment 3 times. The other 2 times, the grass fires were grass fires that staff were able to put out. We have met with the Jacobson dealer to discuss the issues, but they've not been able to fix the items of concern. I'm here today with Robert Wagner, who conducted this comparison, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that overview, Manager. We have a speakers list. First up is Councillor Farr, followed by Councillor Ferguson, and then Councillor Pearson. Thank you.
Kara may know where I'm going to go, and I appreciate the synopsis. I read this report with great interest. I felt like Tim Tooltime Allen at times, actually, and I really appreciate the work you've done in discovering the Toro as a much more suitable and efficient and durable machine. What we have here, Madam Chair, is it looks as if we're locking in for 10 years on the Toros. Is that what I'm reading correctly in this report? Caravan?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, that's correct. We felt that it would take significant time for Jacobson to redesign their machines, and so we wanted to be able to purchase more machines. We do currently have a lot of machines that we are coming up for replacement, so we wanted to be able to do so quickly and efficiently.
I saw that. I think we got 16. We'll have 16 on the roster or something like that. Through you then. So I'm going to the, well, we had a big meeting Monday and we spent several hours celebrating all the ways in which over time we're going to reach our climate actions here in Hamilton. You and I have spoken in the past. You've given me, especially on the bigger jobs when it comes to grass cutting and the maintenance stuff that you oversee, the reason why we don't have electric mowers at this point. It's just not feasible. The batteries don't last. Different reasons that you've given me. We've got bigger jobs. But we are talking about a diesel-fueled 10-year lockdown here, investment. So I'm wondering is there an opportunity, while right now it appears, and maybe you should confirm that on the record rather than me say it, that we don't have the 16-foot all electric or battery operated capabilities right now, but if in the next 10 years some energy efficient means of doing the job as good as the darn Toro, that we should we not have some wording in here that opens the door for us to pursue that within the confines of this 10-year deal? I hope you understood that rambling question through you to Kara or whomever.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. I completely agree with you. We are committed to trying to move towards electric at some point, but the technology just isn't there yet. We haven't been able to find mowers or 16-foot mowers that are electric that will do the job that we need them to do. But if something does come up in the next few years, we are more than willing to look at it, and we would love to move to electric solutions.
Okay. So my final question then to our general manager then. So is that something where we don't need to amend what's before us? You're always going to be on the lookout in all your divisions, Mr. Khan, to find efficiencies, energy efficient type methods of delivery, and then you just bring them to us at that time?
Through the chair, General Manager Carlisle Can speaking. That's absolutely right, Councillor. On Monday, we went through a marathon of climate-related actions that came out in Appendix E. As staff were going back and we're developing implementation plans and how do we get there? What do we implement over the next 10, 20 years? And we're also looking at green fuels, decarbonizing our fuel supply. And as staff, we're going to work on with that focus. So as solutions and technologies, and even, there was a lot of discussion around hydrogen as the fuel of the future. As those become more available on stream and online, we will definitely bring into this committee and council those recommendations.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Kara. It always has troubled me as a council is going to sole sourcing because you can't test the marketplace to see where prices are at. And right now, prices are escalated in everything because of the supply chain problems. And you can't even get a car now. The lots are all empty. And but there's a lot of other lawn cutting major manufacturers who are in this business. And I'm thinking Kubota, John Deere, and Case. They all have these big gang mowers. I recently saw a brand new John Deere one that was, I'm going to guess it was it was a fold up one. There was a big mower at the front and then one on each side. It was probably at least 15 feet. So it's probably about the same size. And it was being sold to the Catholic cemeteries and to work in the same function that you'd be doing, which is cemeteries and parks. Have you looked at other manufacturers? Like these are big manufacturers who have proven products in the marketplace. Do you spec it so that they can't meet it? Or what is the reason you're not going to? I see the Kubota big mowers all over the place. Why don't you put it out further in the marketplace beyond these two?
Through the chair, we have done our market research, and these are the only two 16-foot mowers. Because they're so wide that we really do get a lot of efficiency through them. There are smaller mowers on the market, but we need the 16-footers to really be able to cut as much grass as we do. What we have been using, however, is tow-behind mowers as well that are supplied by others, but they don't give as refined of a cut as we get with these 16-foot mowers from Jacobson and Toro.
So the other big lawn cutting suppliers, what's the biggest they have? Is it 15 feet?
Through the chair, I'll ask Rob Wagner. He had worked with Fleet on that study.
Rob Wagner, Manager of Business Programs for Environmental Services. Through the chair, we reached out to Fleet to see what other units there were. I don't think there is anything close to the 16-foot. I can't say with certainty. I'll have to get back to you on that, unless anyone from Fleet's on the call.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm also going to check on it because my brother owns a John Deere dealership, and I'll check with him on that too. It just, when I read the report, it seems strange that you're only looking at two. And if it cuts 15 feet or 16 feet, it's more efficient, but at least you're getting a competitive price. And you said, Kara, they're $27,000 each?
Through the chair, no, that is just the difference. So the Toro mower is $27,000 more.
So what's each unit cost?
Sorry, I just need to pull up those numbers.
It's through the chair. It's the Toro unit's $170,000, and the Jacobson is $141,000.
Okay, so my personal choice is that you go out to other major manufacturers like Toro, and I rattled off three of the biggest ones that I know, and to see what they have to offer. Because if you're speccing something that's limited to two, maybe you need to take a look at that and get more competitive pricing. As I say, the one I saw was huge, but I didn't get a tape measure out and measure the the width of cut it takes, but if the Catholic cemeteries are buying it, it's got to be pretty big because they have very large cemeteries that they got to work through and cut up. So I would like to just see his report back. What other mowers are out there? What's the approximate cost so that you can put it through a competitive process rather than simply just go ahead and sole source it. I have trouble with that. So I'll see what others have to say, but I may ask for a referral back to come back to the next Public Works meeting. And I know we're all staring down this lame duck problem, but it's just directing you to go and see what else is out in the marketplace that may do the job for significantly less money for you to put it through a competitive process.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Pearson. You can contemplate your motion wording.
Thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Kara, thank you again. And Rob, I guess my question, Kara, you mentioned about it being able to handle hills better, but when you speak of hills, you're just talking hills in the parks. You're not talking like my DeWitt Hill that I have a special contractor maintain because it's at a 45-degree angle, and it's the only company we could get that had the equipment. Is that correct?
Through the chair, because the Toro is weighted differently, it can take some of those steep hills. I'm thinking of the Albion berm that we usually would do by hand or we would use smaller equipment for. This Toro mower can handle that hill, whereas the Jacobson would not be able to do hills like that or your hill. Correct.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to be sure because I'll put it on the record. I really appreciate my, Roadsy staff and doing everything they can to keep that company every year to do that section of DeWitt Road. I appreciate it very much. And so do the homeowners that are above, that overlook that. Kara, I also just, and I know Councillor Ferguson may be working on a motion, but I just want to be sure if we don't approve this today, will that affect the timelines and getting equipment going forward for the new season?
Through the chair, it would mean that we would, with some of the equipment that comes up that's failing that we need to replace, we will have to continue on with the contract going out and potentially getting Jacobson again.
Okay, that's a worry to me, big time. And you also said that with this equipment, we would be it does a better mowing job than what the Jacobson does, correct?
Through the chair, I was referring to our tow behind mowers when I made that comment.
Okay, I didn't want to be negative about any piece of equipment, but yes, so I appreciate this. I really think we need to move forward. I can tell you, and I'm sure my colleagues all know, boy, when April and May hits, and the grass is 6 inches or 10 inches tall in our city parks and on our boulevards and right-of-ways, there is nothing more of complaints that are coming in, and they don't understand why we're not getting to it, why it looks immense when we do get to it. So I think everything that we can do to streamline and create efficiencies and have better equipment is the right way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And that exhausts our speakers list. It's been moved and seconded, and so we'll move to a vote. Councillor Ferguson is otherwise busy. Yep. That carries. Moving on to 10.4, DeWitt Road Reconstruction and Cycling Infrastructure, Hamilton Cycling Committee Citizen Committee Report. May I please have a mover and seconder put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Any discussion respecting this item? Councillor Pearson's on the speakers list. The speakers list is open, so go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly this was news to me that staff gave me a heads up on, I think a couple weeks ago now. That would have been Peter Topolovic and Danny Pimentel. I appreciate the report, and I certainly appreciate the committee's review. It's a tremendous amount of review that they did, and taking into consideration this particular street, DeWitt Road. It has 2 schools on it. It has an Roman Catholic elementary school and Orchard Park public secondary school. So it is a well-used road. It is an area that gets congested a lot. So I appreciate the recommendations. And ironically, I think everybody knows I've been speaking about DeWitt Road for so long this season that we had the project pulled. There was supposed to be a resurfacing this summer. And incorporating some infrastructure upgrades to address the Pine Villa nursing home rebuilding and intensification. So we had to pull the project because it went from $1.5 million to $3.5 million. It will be going back out to tender in the fall. So I'm hoping that when we get to that point, I'd certainly like the neighborhood to also be involved and know what's happening on this. So I will be keep working with staff as to the best course of action of involving the neighborhood and knowing what's going to be happening here. But, you know, if there was any roadway, I say it would be worthwhile to take this initiative. DeWitt Road would certainly be at the top of the list. And I've had a few others where they're on the schools or on major arterial roads that could use this type of initiative as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And there's no further speakers. Oh,
sorry. One question. I apologize, Madam Chair. I just want to ask because it had in here. It had cycling. It says cycling lanes be continued through the intersections rather than end and start. Is staff there just to verify? I mean, the cyclists are still supposed to follow the rules of the road where they are supposed to stop before they enter an intersection, correct? And I know they go through now and they may if there's nobody there, but I just want to be sure is not creating a safety issue because I got a lot of parents driving kids to school.
Okay, who from staff in response to the councillor's question?
Unless others want to answer, I can answer. Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation, Planning and Parking. I believe what that is referring to is where there's a left turn lane that was proposed. The cycling lanes are kind of pinched, and the idea is we wouldn't pinch them as much and try and provide a continuous path so that they can move through the intersection and feel more protected.
Okay, so that would possibly be at highway number 8. It won't be at Glen Ashton, or I'm sorry, McIntosh and DeWitt. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No further speakers, so it's been moved and seconded for committee to vote.
Madam Chair, as the clerk shut me down, I guess I missed the vote on the mowers. And by the way, the John Deere is a 12-foot cut, but it's half the price. It's $100,000.
You were on the phone, Councillor, when I called for you.
I know. I was getting that information for Kara, and I've just provided it to you. But can clerk turn me on so I can vote?
On item 10.4, yeah, go ahead.
Councillor Ferguson, you are added to eScribe to vote.
Okay, it just says voting in progress.
Yeah, click on voting on progress, click on those words, and then it will drop down your option to vote. Got it?
Well, part of it's there. Did it come through?
It did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is the vote still open? Councillor Farr, on 10.4, yep, in favor. Thank you. And that carries. 10.5, Safari Road petition for drainage works and appointment of a drainage engineer, PW 22070, Ward 13. Mover and seconder to get the report on the floor, moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, thank you, seconded by Councillor Powers. And we do have Shane McCauley, Acting Director of Water and Wastewater Operations, to introduce the report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this report is to address the petition that was brought forward and received by Council on May 11th regarding the installation of a municipal drain at Safari Road. The purpose of that petition is to address the ongoing flooding that is experienced on the portion of Safari Road between Kirkwall and Valens Road. That road continues to experience ongoing closures and damage due to repeated flooding and lengthy flooding, which causes inconvenience to the residents as well as damage to the infrastructure. The purpose of this report, under the petition process under the Drainage Act, Council has two obligations. One is to determine whether or not to proceed with the drainage works in the petition, and if they decide to proceed with those drainage works, then they need to appoint a drainage engineer to undertake the study and assessment of those drainage works. So the first recommendation, staff are recommending that the work is undertaken, and the second is that Robinson Engineering be appointed as the drainage engineer. Robinson Consulting is on the city's roster program under scoped work specifically for work under the Drainage Act, and therefore they're being recommended under the roster program to complete that work.
Thank you for that overview. Committee members, any questions? Seeing none, then the report is before committee for approval. Councillor Pauls? She doesn't look like she's in the room. Okay, that carries 8-0. Moving on to 10.6, City Hall rear door mechanical air exhaust relocation. PW report 22072. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Power, second by Councillor Jackson. Any discussion respecting item 10.6? Seeing none, then it's before committee for approval. That carries. Moving forward, 10.7, appropriation transfer of funds for South Coat Road, Garner Road to Highway 403 Bridge, PW 22063, Ward 12. Mover and seconder, please. Mover, thank you, Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Thank you both. Any discussion respecting this item? Staff are available to answer questions if needed. Councillor Danko, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So reading this report and trying to make sense of the request, there's been a couple reports recently where our estimating seems to be way off. In this case, if I'm reading the report right, the original estimate was 8.1 million. Council approved an increase already to 10.9 million, and now the final estimate or tender value is 14.9 million. So, you know, having worked in consulting for 20 years, I'm really struggling to understand how we went from an original estimate of 8.1 million to a 184% increase to 14.9 million on the final tender.
Director?
Through you, Madam Chair. There were a couple of items that went over, especially storm sewer, about 1.7 million over on that. That's because storm sewer was added in 2022. Additional scope was added. Similar to that on water main as well, 164. That's an upgrade that we added in 2022 for the water main. So these were additions after capital budget was approved. The 2.06 million for the road itself is because of the current global issues that we are seeing, asphalt prices and the labor market and everything going up, contaminated soil being added to it as well.
Thank you. But we already increased the estimate, or we already increased the approved value to 10.9 million. So the added additional scope, I think, would have been included in that. And then the actual tender ends up being $4 million more than that. So that is a recent estimate, is it not?
It is. The tender actually went out in July, closed in July. The numbers that we are seeing is very much higher than the numbers that we're receiving in January or in March. So between the few months, there had been a tremendous increase.
Okay. Are estimates done in-house, or is this a consultant?
We had in-house as well as consultant input on this project.
And were there, because again, we should be taking into account market trends when we're doing our estimates. And, even Part D, the road part, increasing by 2.064 million. That's a 38% increase just in that component. Again, I'm really struggling how that wasn't anticipated when it was put out to tender.
Traffic control item alone was a very high priced when the bids came in this particular case. So could not have predicted. It was never the case in the past.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Seeing none, it is before committee to approve.
Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote? Thank you.
And that carries. Last discussion report, 10.8 is capital projects to facilitate light rail transit, LRT, PW report 22073. May I please have a mover and seconder for the report? Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by myself. Susan Jacob, Acting Director of Engineering Services, is here to introduce the report, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, this report is to introduce the capital projects that are required to facilitate the LRT project. York and Cannon and Wilson Street are parallel roads to King Street, which requires road and water main works as part of the life cycle renewal program. Wilson Street, Victoria to Sherman two-way conversion was planned in 2023. The road reconstruction, including water main, was planned in 2026. However, to facilitate the construction of LRT, staff recommend that the proposed reconstruction be fast-tracked to 2023. At this time, the ask is for $550,000 to initiate the design, geotech investigation, and utility investigations for Wilson Street. The funding for this is from the money allocated for two-way conversion, which was not utilized yet, so we do have monies in that account, and from the unallocated reserve. Cannon and York Boulevard was originally programmed to be constructed in 2019, but due to the stoppage of LRT project, it was moved out to 2023. The funds needed for design and investigations for Cannon and York will be funded through our pre-approval policy. So the project cost will be included in 2023 budget deliberation process. So the ask is only for the design, geotech, and the utility investigation.
Thank you for that overview. Speakers list is open. First up is Councillor Jackson. I do have myself on the list, but we'll wait until all the first-time speakers are exhausted. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair Nan. Thank you, Acting Director Jacob. Always good hearing and seeing you. Can I, maybe moving forward from this point on, at least for those that aren't as immersed, if you will, in the downtown and where the LRT will be going, is any of this money coming out of the $3.4 billion that's been announced between the federal and provincial governments? Through you, Chair Nan, please.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, it is not coming from the 3.4 billion. This is a capital project, so it's completely funded by the city.
So maybe just a thought to take under advisement, Acting Director Jacob, as more of these projects that are somehow linked with the LRT, other street conversions, I'm sure we're going to hear more about Main Street and others, maybe an asterisk or something just to help me and my public to understand what will be coming out of the 3.4 billion, like underground stuff being replaced, underground the infrastructure and the actual building the LRT itself, versus these, if you will, side projects that will be coming out of the levy or the capital reserve. Just something possibly to take under advisement, Acting Director. Thank you, Chair Nan.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up was Councillor Powers.
So thank you very much. At Agenda Review, I asked a similar question and Ms. Jacobs, and this is work that we were intending to do, but coincidentally will be coincidental with ultimately the construction of the LRT. Just in keeping with what Councillor Jackson has suggested, maybe we not only just have the asterisks, but we kind of have a running sheet of the expenditures that the city is going to have to lay out exclusive of the federal and provincial investment for the for the LRT, just as a bit of ongoing information and provision likely to the new council probably on a semi-annual basis or on an as-needed basis. That's my comments, and I believe you are next, Councillor Nan, because I see no one else on the list.
Thank you. And so through you, just also clarifying the description of this being a side project versus an existing capital works project within our master plan. And if I could, through you to staff, just clarify the necessity to expedite this in order to mitigate any impacts of the LRT early construction works, so that we're getting our project completed on time in preparation for the impact locally with the LRT construction, correct?
Yes, so through you, Chair. So the impact when we are having King Street under construction is that the parallel roads is difficult to manage with the traffic gridlock that we can expect, and that's the reason why we are moving forward with York and Cannon and Wilson Street, which are parallel routes to the King Street corridor.
Thank you. So it's within the scope of our municipality providing opportunities and infrastructure for residents to continue being able to move, as well as the movement of goods during our multi-billion-dollar investment coming forward for our LRT. Thank you. Last question is timeline. So as this Wilson Street design, geotech, utilities component gets approved, hopefully with this report, then what is the timeline in terms of community consultation and design and implementation for this segment of the road?
So we want to get moving forward with the 2023 program right away. And this one does have road and water main reconstruction, which takes a bit of time. So as soon as the 550,000 is approved, we can get going on a consultant assignment on the design portion of things. The tender and the award of the project itself for construction will only be in 2023 after the approval of capital program.
Thank you. And last question related to the design phase, just verification that the design, given that it is reconstruction, will be guided by the Complete Streets Guide.
Through you, Chair, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Return to you. There are no other speakers.
Thank you. So it has been moved and seconded and available for vote. That carries 9-0. Thank you. Moving on to motions. Multiple pages of them. So I'll relinquish the chair and kick things off. So over to you, Councillor Powers.
Thank you very much. The start of your 50 motions, right?
Not mine, committees.
The 22 motions that we have before us.
Excellent, thank you. So through you, Vice Chair Powers, moving 11.1, which is safety enhancements on Wentworth Street North in proximity to Cafe Weaver Elementary School in Ward 3.
Sorry, do we have a seconder, please?
I was going to ask for a seconder. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Danko. And bear with me. My apologies, I didn't have the motion up in front of me. So whereas the Vision Zero and Complete Streets principles are used in the City of Hamilton to provide a safer environment for all road users, and whereas on June 17th, 2022, a young pedestrian was struck on Wentworth Street North by a driver of a pickup truck and sustained serious injuries, and whereas the collision occurred on Wentworth Street North in front of Kathy Weaver Elementary School, therefore be it resolved that the Transportation Operations and Maintenance staff review Wentworth Street North between Bristol and Cannon Street East to determine and undertake reasonable safety enhancements with an emphasis on pedestrian and school safety, including consideration for a speed limit reduction to 30 kilometers per hour within the school zone. And B, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that's satisfactory to the city solicitor. Colleagues, it's one of those motions that unfortunately is in response to a pretty serious injury that was sustained by a young Ward 3 resident. Luckily, medical staff were able to keep the eye of the individual who was struck. The young boy is in recovery. And the local community has always kept asking me, Councillor, why aren't there 30-kilometer school zones around every single school? Why are some school zones 30K and others not? And, you know, the classification of roads, unfortunately, played a role in that. Wentworth was previously a major arterial road. There is a citywide reclassification study that is underway. I think we'll see other enhancements as a result of that across the city. But colleagues, I have to make this happen for our residents to ensure that they feel safer, making sure that their children can feel much more comfortable walking to school without parental guidance and being able to cross now at a pedestrian-activated crosswalk that enables children to walk across the street on Wentworth as well. So it's duly moved and seconded for committee's consideration. Thank you. And thanks to staff for their support and developing the motion as well.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no speakers on the motion. I'd like to call the question, please. Thank you. The motion carries. Moving on to item 11.2. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Again, looking for a seconder, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Thank you. This is contribution to a commemorative bench and tree program in honor of Ernesto Grandoni, who is a Ward 3 resident. And whereas Environmental Services Division of Public Works offers a commemorative park bench and tree program, and whereas the commemorative park bench and tree program provides options to honor an individual or group by donating a bench or a tree to a city park, which allows for improvements to our parks and inspires community pride and a sense of place. And whereas the commemorative park bench and tree program is operated at full cost recovery through donations provided, and whereas this resident lived on Roslyn Avenue South for 50 years in the same house, where he was known for tending to his own garden and helping out wherever and whenever needed in the local community. And whereas the donation to the commemorative park bench and tree program in Ward 3 requires funding approval, therefore be it resolved that the contribution of the commemorative park bench and tree program be funded from the Ward 3 Special Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Fund for the purchase of a bench and plaque at Gage Park in honor of Ernesto, a longtime resident with an upset limit of $1,600 to be approved, and B, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to approve and execute any and all required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that's satisfactory to the city solicitor. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no speakers to it. The vote, please. .2 is carried. I pass the chair back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, committee, for the support. 11.3, installation of speed cushions as traffic calming measures at various locations in Ward 7. Councillor Pauls. And your seconder, please.
Councillor Jackson, if he's willing to. I'm just going to the motion. This is becoming very important for the residents of Ward 7. I've had people call me, I go to their location, they live there, and they tell me it's a must that these places have speed bumps or some sort of calming measure. Edwina Place, first of all, is near Lawfield School, and there are concerns about children going back to school now, and therefore they did a petition, and it was almost every single person in that area. Jessica Street is another one. It's right in front of a school. And as Councillor Nan said, near school, sometimes we have 40 and sometimes we have 30. And this area needs to have speed bump. At least one is right in front of a school. And then there's Carrera Drive. We're going to put 2 speed bumps. And the reason is because it's near a school as well. There's a Christian school there, and there's all kinds of buses coming through, and people are going through stop sign, and there'll be 2 speed bumps. So also in that, there's another area, Bishopgate Avenue, 2 speed bumps. I was called, I went there, all the community came out, and all of them signed it except a couple of homes because they weren't home or the houses were vacant. So, and that speed bump will be put in 2023 traffic calming. So, that all the costs, I'll just read the therefore. Let's see if I calming measures. So, therefore, let it be resolved that the transportation and operation maintenance staff be authorized and directed to install up to 4 speed cushion as traffic calming measure on the following roadways as part of the 2022 traffic calming program fall application: Edwina Place, Jessica Street, Carrera Drive. And that the transportation operation maintenance staff be authorized and directed to install up to 2 speed bump cushion as traffic calming measure on the following roadway as part of the 2023 traffic calming program, Spring, Bishopgate. And that all costs associated with the installation of traffic calming measure at these locations be funded from the Ward 7 capital reinvestment revenue to be completed under contract C-15-1222 at an absolute limit, including contingency not to exceed $42,000, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any requirement agreements and ancillary documents which such term and condition in a form satisfactory to the city council solicitor. Thank you, and I hope you all support that for the safety of everyone.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote, committee members. And that carries. Moving forward to 11.4, enhance safety and security measures on John Rebecca Park, 76 John Street North in Hamilton, in Beasley neighborhood. Councillor Farr?
Thank you.
And your seconder as well, please.
Councillor Jackson. So as you mentioned, enhanced safety and security measures, John Rebecca, 76 John Street North, Beasley Neighborhood, Ward 2. I won't need to speak to it. I'll just read all the whereases, and that tells the story. Whereas CCTV cameras installed in public parks where criminal acts occur have assisted in partnership with other parallel reasonable security measures and as investigative tools for law enforcement to mitigate the likelihood of reoccurrence and impact of the criminal behavior to the property and its local community. Whereas John Rebecca Park, located at 76 John Street North in Hamilton, is a recently completed multi-million-dollar urban parkette that replaced a surface asphalt parking lot in the heart of our city and received substantial public input on design to serve residents and visitors. Whereas John Rebecca Park has become an unsafe environment due to an increase in criminal acts that include, but are not limited to, theft of and vandalism to city property and adjacent properties and businesses, alcohol and drug use, physical altercations, violence, vulgar and offensive graffiti, wire and power theft, encampments, illegal dumping and excessive litter, human defecation and urination, harassment of staff and local businesses. Whereas City of Hamilton staff cannot ensure a safe play environment at John Rebecca Park. Whereas all City of Hamilton staff with work assignments at John Rebecca Park must not attend to the work without the presence of Hamilton Police Service, as further detailed in Appendix A. Whereas many assets within the park, such as fixed metal chairs and components of the spray pad, have been repeatedly vandalized and stolen, and due to the high cost to replace these items and likelihood of repeated damage, they have not been replaced and will not be replaced until the vandalism and theft incidents are controlled. Whereas often when individuals at John Rebecca Park are approached during multiple daily visits from the Hamilton Police Services, municipal law enforcement, various health outreach teams, and City of Hamilton encampment staff, they refuse to welcome the help being offered. Whereas a recently planned festival for John Rebecca Park was relocated by the request of City of Hamilton Special Events Advisory Team, or SEAT, due to the concern for public safety at the park. Whereas adjacent businesses to the park have incurred substantially higher maintenance costs due to the same incidents that are occurring in the park and would benefit from support by the city to deal with the impacts of their properties. Therefore, be it resolved that A, following a project-specific privacy impact assessment on the use and application of CCTV technology, CCTV cameras be installed, including reasonable mitigating measures recommended through the privacy impact assessment at John Rebecca Park, 76 John Street, Hamilton, at the upset limit of $35,000 to be funded through the Ward 2 Area Rating Capital Reserve account, as mentioned there, along with an annualized $1,000 operating impact for PM maintenance. B, that staff from Public Works with requested Hamilton Police Services assistance be authorized and directed to meet with the businesses adjacent to John Rebecca Park, 76 John Street North, to work on a plan for reducing the negative impacts to their properties and report back to Public Works Committee on these and any future measures that could be instituted along with the associated costs. And C, that the General Manager of Public Works be authorized and directed to approve and execute all required agreements and ancillary documents as such, and so on and so forth. And then the appendix, it's brief, but the appendix speaks to the one whereas that states the City of Hamilton has an obligation to provide a healthy and safe work environment for employees. Staff have expressed safety concerns about aggressive behavior of those encamped at John Rebecca Park. Businesses and the public in the immediate area have also expressed concerns about aggressive behavior of those encamped at this location. Recent aggressive acts in the park, including verbal threats to staff, have resulted in management instructing staff not to enter John Rebecca Park without police presence until conditions of the park improve. And the mover, Councillor Farr, that's me, has sought, but is unable at this time to find any example from the past where city staff have been instructed to do their jobs only if police are present at one location and on an ongoing basis. And finally, the City of Hamilton has a zero tolerance policy. And again, that's seconded by Councillor Jackson. And again, it's a long motion, but I don't need to speak to it. It's well explained with the content before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers list is open, and first up is Councillor Jackson.
Chair Ned, thank you. And I am a very strong seconder and supporter of Councillor Farr's motion. Folks, third paragraph, let's repeat this. Not limited to theft of and vandalism to city property and adjacent properties and businesses, alcohol and drug use, physical altercations, violence, vulgar, graffiti, wire and power theft, encampments, illegal dumping, excessive litter, defecation, urination, harassment. You know, Chairman, I'd like to believe, hopefully, that universally none of my colleagues find this acceptable. This is atrocious. I've driven past that park when it opened, and I remember commenting to Councillor Farr, this is glorious here, what you have, Jason, John and Rebecca. It's beautiful. And to see the deterioration and decline because of this type of activity. So, Chair Nan, another reason why I'm a strong seconder and supporter, Ward 6, I know some of you have heard this story, but I'll repeat it because it's timely and appropriate with Councillor Farr's motion. Fay Park up in Ward 6, about 5 years ago, was the first pilot project to install CCTV cameras along Broker Drive. And the only main issue I had with my residents, I just read off Councillor Farr's third paragraph of all the atrocities going on there, the horrible activity. My main one was I had a group of homeowners whose backyard fences abutted this beautiful public space known as Fay Park, and they were constantly being tagged with graffiti. And they said, enough is enough, Councillor Jackson. When is the city going to accept some responsibility because we abut a public space park where all the activity was coming from, and police incident reports, etc., when involved, were confirming that. Anyways, long story short now, got the CCTV cameras installed. To my knowledge, to bylaws, records, and data, that the residents along that street abutting the park have had no incidents since. The park has felt safer. New playground has gone in. And a second park in my ward, because it was so popular at Fay Park, Lisgar Park, where the washroom building, the bocce courts, were under constant vandalism by punks that just didn't care about seniors primarily that were using the bocce courts and other users in the Lisgar Park, vandalizing the washroom building. I got council support, thank you, to install CCTV cameras there, and it has been a heck of a lot safer and much better. It's a sad state of society, Chair Nan, but it has to be done. And as you know, under facilities, there's currently underway, still as a work in progress, an open space safe study that's underway through special security specialist Martin Dambow. Strong supporter, Councillor Farr. Let's hope this makes things better. Thanks, Chair Nan.
Thank you. There's no further speakers, so it is moved and seconded, and committee can vote. That carries. Next up is 11.5, portable toilets to support Stony Creek Little League in Ward 9. Councillor Jackson, and your second, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Nan. On behalf of Ward 9 Councillor Brad Clark, I'm bringing this motion forward, seconded by Ward 5 Councillor Russ Powers. Portable toilets to support Stony Creek Little League. We must support the Little Leaguers, Chair Nan. Whereas Stony Creek Little League offers programming at various city parks, ball diamonds, whereas not all the parks have the washroom facilities, whereas the following locations programmed by the Little League of Stony Creek do not have washroom facilities, those being Cherry Heights Park, Albion Estates Park, Ferris Park, Green Acres Park, and Paramount Park, whereas the Little League has requested support for the provision of these washrooms at those locations, and whereas additional funding for the rental and cleaning of the accessible porta-johns for the 2022 season until October 31st of this year is required. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that a maximum of $4,050 of funding to be allocated from the Stony Creek Capital Reserve, number noted, for the provision of accessible porta-johns at Cherry Heights Park, Albion Estates Park, Ferris Park, Green Acres Park, Paramount Park, to support the Little Leaguers, be approved. And B, Mayor and City Clerk be authorized, directed to approve, execute all necessary agreements, ancillary documents, such terms, conditions, acceptable in the form satisfactory to our city solicitor. On behalf of Councillor Clark, Chair Nan, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So clearly infrastructure. 11.5 is moved and seconded and open for vote. That carries. Next up is 11.6, accessible washroom improvements at Victoria Park, 500 King Street West, Hamilton, Ward 1. Councillor Van de Beek, you're sponsoring the motion. If you could introduce it with your seconder as well, please.
Thank you. Happy to do that. This is, you have it, but this is to provide washrooms for Victoria Park and also a housing apartment next door. And it is on behalf of Ward 1 Councillor Maureen Wilson. I was just looking to see if Maureen was online, but she's not. The money is coming from her ward funding, so I am happy to move it, and it was seconded by Councillor Powers.
Thank you. It's before committee for vote. And that carries. Moving on to 11.7 to increase the glass in basketball courts. Installation of acrylic backboards for the multi-use courts at various parks. Ward 2, Councillor Farr, your seconder as well, please.
Yes, you see what you started here, right? So
happy to second it.
Councillor Jackson's already on the paper here, but thank you. Yeah, it all started with the Arkells and the Rally Court in Woodland, Ward 3, and then Councillor Sam Marula last month here with his park in the East End. And now I am just blown away by just how popular these courts become when you put a little bit of extra into not just the aesthetics, but the equipment. There's a staffer who I won't name, but he's one of my favorite PMs. I've worked with him for years. Who calls the current backboard scenario in most of our parks prison issue. And if you played basketball and you ever tried hitting a bank shot, which was, you know, my money shot back in the day, off of steel backboard, it's just not basketball. It just bounces to the next city. So this is me responding to the trend in 4 different parks, I believe it is right now. And I just wanted to, and they're all before you. I'm speaking to it. I'm not reading the motion, so I'm going opposite from the last time. But I will say that the Beasley is omitted here for now only because I still have to work things out with the board. The basketball court there is actually on board property at Beasley Park, a hugely popular basketball court as it stands now with the prison issue equipment, but we will definitely fix that in short order, and so you'll get on a list real soon. But for now, Corktown, Ferguson, Central Park, Corktown, Central, Carter in Stinson and Eastwood Park are up for about $30K in improvements to the backboards that will really bring the kids out and the grown-ups too to play some Hamilton-style street ball in this basketball mecca called the Hammer. Thank you.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. I definitely know some peeps who play at Carter who are going to be so thrilled. It's up for a vote. That carries. Moving on to 11.8, accessibility improvements to Capitol Cornelius Park, 150 Mountbatten Drive, Hamilton, Ward 8. Councillor Dango, please, and your seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan. This motion is for the installation of a rubber tile pathway placed through the wood fiber safety surfacing at Captain Cornelius Park at 150 Mountbatten Drive to be funded from the Ward 8 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve at an upset cost of $19,000 and from the Ward 8 Special Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Fund at an upset cost of $5,000, so $24,000 in total, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to approve and execute all requirement agreements, etc. So just briefly, this at the end of this term, I will have replaced or have arranged funding to replace all play structures in Ward 8 which were at or near their end of life. And that means that every community in the ward, every family, every child has access to a local quality play structure in their own neighborhood. So I'm very proud of that. This arose from a family who has a child that uses a mobility device specifically at Captain Cornelius Park, that because of the wood chips, the wood fiber, which is AODA compliant, that is used, their child had accessing the play equipment. And obviously that's a situation that we don't want anybody to ever be in. So the direction that's before us, working with staff, we had an option of replacing the entire bedding with a rubberized mat. But unfortunately, that rubberized mat costs about double of what the actual play structure costs. So, you know, it's very cost prohibitive. If we were to do that at every new park, then every neighborhood in Ward 8 wouldn't have a new play structure and, you know, wouldn't have that accessible to the community. So the staff came up with the option of installing a rubber tile pathway, which I think is very innovative and very cost effective as well. So we're able to install that here to benefit those parents that may have children that use mobility devices to enable to access the equipment. And of course also, you know, parents with strollers, seniors, anybody that has some mobility challenges. So really appreciate the work of staff in order to come up with this and happy to finance this through the Ward 8 area rating funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's moved and seconded. No speakers, and before committee for vote. And that carries. 11.9, I understand, has been withdrawn, so we'll move forward to 11.10, which is safety lighting at McNabb Street Tunnel, Ward 2. Councillor Farr, if you could introduce and please your seconder.
It is before you, and again, Councillor Jackson's on this one. I'll keep this one short. Therefore, be resolved, the staff from Transportation Operations and Maintenance be directed and authorized to proceed with implementing the lighting improvements in and around the McNabb Street Tunnel to the upset limit, including contingency of $5,000 to be funded from the Ward 2 Bell Tower Funds account. And thank you very much to Peter Locks for his assistance on this.
Great. No speakers, and it's before committee for approval. That carries. Moving on to 11.11, installation of speed cushions as traffic calming measures on Whitney Avenue, Stanley Avenue, and Charlton Avenue, Ward 1. Councillor Danko, if you could introduce the motion, and seconder, please.
Sorry, I'm just clicking over to it. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Thank you. So this is moved on behalf of Ward 1 Councillor Maureen Wilson. Whereas residents of Whitney Avenue, Stanley Avenue, Charlton Avenue, and Ward 1 have advocated for the installation of speed cushions to address roadway safety. Whereas Vision Zero and Complete Streets principles are used in the City of Hamilton to provide a safer environment for all road users. Therefore, be it resolved that Transportation and Operations Maintenance staff be authorized and directed to install speed cushions as traffic calming measure as part of the 2023 Traffic Calming Program Spring application as follows. 1 speed cushion within the school zone on Whitney Avenue between Rifle Range Road and Leland Street. 2 speed cushions on Stanley Avenue between Locke Street South and Queen Street South to replace the 2 existing concrete speed humps. And 2 speed cushions on Charlton Avenue West between Locke Street South and Queen Street South to replace the 2 existing concrete speed humps. And that all costs with the installation of the speed cushions on Whitney Avenue, Stanley Avenue, and Charlton Avenue be funded from the Ward 1 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $42,000. and C, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements, etc. And just a quick comment on the concrete speed humps. We have a number of those also in Ward 8. They are a previous iteration of speed traffic control through speed cushions. They're much lower and a gentler slope than the current standard for the asphalt speed bumps. So they aren't nearly as effective. And judging by the phone calls from Ward 8 residents with Jaguars and Ferraris, the current speed cushion is extremely effective. Thank you.
I think it's duly moved and seconded before committee for vote. Me. Not care. Nope. Not. Vote's not closed? It passed. My apologies, I didn't look up. Next up is 1112, Community Safety Complete Streets Report for Ward 1. Councillor Pauls, if you could introduce the motion that you're sponsoring on behalf of Councillor Wilson. Happy to second that to get it on the table.
Yeah, you can second it. I'd love to, I'll read it and so everybody knows what's it about. Right, just give me a second to go on the, okay. Thank you. Okay, whereas the Ward 1 office has requested a review of designated neighborhoods with a focus on traffic calming initiative at problem location and to provide a guideline for safety enhancement given to the road width, classification, surrounding the land use, proximity to schools, playground, access roads for arterial and on-street and other consideration. Whereas Vision Zero principle are used in the city of Hamilton to provide a safer environment for all road users. Whereas the City of Hamilton has introduced a complete street manual to guide staff in the approach in consideration the needs of the road user for all ages, abilities, and building streets that meet their needs, whether they are walking, cycling, taking transit, driving a private automobile, or delivering goods in. Whereas staff do not have the internal resource to provide a comprehensive report to all designated neighborhood in Ward 1. Therefore, let it be resolved that the staff be authorized and directed to retain consultation to undertake a review of designated Ward 1 neighborhoods with the intent to provide a complete street report identifying areas of concern and recommendation to provide a safer environment for all road users based on Vision Zero and complete street principle, to be funded from Ward 1 special capital reinvestment at the upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $150,000 as per purchasing policy for roster assignment, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any requirement agreement and auxiliary document with such term and condition to be satisfactory to the satisfactory of the city solicitor. I know Councillor Wilson is not on the video, but she wants to make sure the safety streets that all benefit from it, whether it's changing one lane, one way to two lane. She wants to make sure how it affects everywhere. So in her neighborhood, I think it's the Kirkland area. So I think it's a good idea to do a study so we know where the problems are. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers on the list. So it's before committee to support. And that carries. 11.13 is spray pad redevelopment at Gurley Park at 142 Duncairn Crescent in Hamilton, Ward 8. Councillor Danko, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan. This is $325,000 of funding to be allocated from the Ward 8 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserves and $190,000 from the Ward 8 Capital Discretionary Fund to support the Gorley Park spray pad construction and transferred to Landscape Architectural Services. The Gorley Park spray pad is in the capital plan for 2023 for replacement. This is some additional funding in order to do some ancillary work around the spray pad. So there are park pathways. There's some issues with the water connections to the hut there, and some other work within the park. So we're able to combine those projects in order to fully rehabilitate some of that aging park infrastructure at Gorley. Thank you.
Thank you. No speakers. And it's before committee members to vote.
Madam Chair. Councillor Danko, I think that you needed to do an amendment on this motion.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Change the accounts.
Thank you. So procedurally, can I just change A to insert the amendment as the motion, or do we need to move the amendment as a separate?
Well, we haven't voted on the motion yet, and the motion's on the floor, so the councillor can make changes to the therefore be it resolved.
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
I like it better when there's an amendment than a vote.
Okay, well, let's move the amendment. The amendment is just rearranging the funding sources from the various Ward 8 campaigns. Some of the accounts are a little low, so we're juggling our funds around a bit.
Okay, so we'll proceed with the amending motion first and then the main motion as amended. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by myself. That carries. Thank you. Next is on the main motion, please.
As amended, right, Madam Chair?
As amended. Thank you. That carries. Moving forward to 11.14, funding to support the National Softball Association and Buchanan Women's Softball League for user fees in Ward 7 and 8. Councillor Pauls?
Yes, thank you. This is the National Softball Association, and I learned a lot about them through Cara Bunn. They're having their tournaments, and they're playing at Turner Park, but they do amazing things. They offer many programs to the city of Hamilton, all residents, not just the residents of Ward 7 or 8. I think, if I'm not wrong, they're expecting over 2,000 people. It's good for our tourism. People that come and people that play will also go out and eat and have fun, and that's what it's all about. And they do pay their user fee because it's required by the city of Hamilton. And one thing about them that's very important to know, that they are a dedicated group to the community events. They do fundraising, and it's a great organization. So because they're short, I was willing to help them out. And if I know Cara Bunn knows more about it, if anybody has questions, but I will read the motion, therefore. I'm just bringing it up. That's the beauty of working on computers here. Therefore, there be resolved that the maximum of $1,200 of funding to be allocated from Ward 7 Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Fund to support the National Softball Association and Buchanan Women's Softball League for use fees for their events and tournament be approved. That a maximum of $500 of funding to be excuse me, it's been a long day, from the Ward 8 Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Fund to support the National Softball Association and Buchanan Women's Softball League for user fee for their events and tournaments be approved. And that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to approve and execute all requirement agreements and auxiliary documents with such terms and condition in form of satisfactory to the city councilor. This is sponsored by Ward 8 as well, because $500 coming out of his capital in reinvestment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just as chair procedurally, I do have a question regarding this motion, only in the respect that it's my understanding that councillors are not supposed to be sponsoring organizations with city dollars during the election cycle, especially after you've sought nomination to be re-elected.
Right.
And I know that the Ward 3 office was given very clear direction from the clerk's office about that. Right. Especially as it related to all the requests that were coming in at the beginning of spring for events that were occurring throughout the summer. And we were told very explicitly that we could not sponsor events. And covering the user fees and covering the fees that enable this tournament to go forward, I do have that procedural question about whether or not this constitutes sponsorship and whether or not would be considered procedurally in order. And I want to give you an opportunity to get that information back from the clerk. So perhaps if you're open to this, Councillor, defer your motion, and if you could get that clarity from the clerk, then bring it back at council, and then we should have no problem.
I appreciate that, but apparently finance said that discretionary funds, it's allowed. But it's the question they will need to confirm on record. So Kara Bunn is here. She can talk about it. Before this came about, we asked that, and they said it was allowed. So maybe Kara, can you answer that for me?
Sure. Through the chair, Kara Bunn, manager of Parks and Cemeteries. When we were writing this motion for the councillors, we did confirm with finance that this was approved, but I would refer this question back to them just to confirm that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, then are you satisfied with that? Are you okay with us just, unless there's somebody from finance who's able to answer the question here today? I don't see that. So just to clarify, if you could get that information and then bring your motion to council. So
no
then,
problem at all. If that's what the wish is, we'll do that, and council will put the motion through.
Elsie McIntosh, then would this be a referral motion to council? Yeah. Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Danko's on the speakers list. Go ahead, Councillor Danko, and then we'll move.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And you know, obviously, I fully support the Buchanan Women's Softball League, but I raised similar concerns offline before this came forward. Initially, it was the Ward 8 Capital Reinvestment Reserve, and you know, very clearly, the policy cannot fund user fees, and as Councillor Pauls mentioned, through the finance, we changed it to the discretionary fund, which apparently, according to the policy, can fund user fees. But you know, I have a similar concern. My preference would have been that this would be funded from the office budget as a sponsorship, as you mentioned. That would be the more appropriate way to do this. But then, you know, as you mentioned, that runs into the issue of sponsorships during the election period, which is new. I hadn't thought of that in advance, so I really appreciate you bringing that up. So I'd suggest that we just refer this back to the next Public Works Committee meeting. This is an extremely busy week with, you know, a very long council meeting that's coming up, and I don't think that this is pressing. And it's a very small amount of money, so let's just refer it to the next Public Works meeting, and then that gives us lots of time to review with staff and make sure that everything is above board.
I think that's fair.
I'm just wondering, can I ask Kara a question? When is the tournament?
Through the chair, they have 2 a year, and the Buchanan softball, I think, is coming up this weekend. So Friday is fine for a decision.
So you would prefer we do it at council?
Yeah, it'll have to come to council then in order to have a decision
Right.
rendered in a time that doesn't put the league in an awkward position. Yeah.
So Councillor Danko, are you in agreement with that, or because it is coming out of your budget as well?
Yep.
Yes, I didn't hear a yes.
He's nodding his head in chambers, Councillor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
All right, I didn't see him. Okay, so
Thank you, Councillor.
council.
Yep. Councillor Farr is next on the speakers list, and then we'll refer the motion to council.
Just through you to Kara. Kara, just so I'm clear, you vetted the account through finance, but did you vet the issue that our chair rightly brought forward on when we can no longer do sponsorships through finance as well? Was that part of your vetting process in the production of this motion?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The concern was raised by the councillors, and we had asked finance about that.
So you asked, so finance confirmed that there's nothing untoward at this juncture, so close to a municipal election, to make essentially a donation rather than a capital investment.
Through the chair, they confirmed that the capital funding was not appropriate, but that the discretionary was for this type of a sponsorship.
And at this time, because that's what's at issue here. I thought as well, and I'm supporting the referral so we get clarity on Friday, but it's the timing question specifically I'm asking you. Are we not within a window where we can no longer sponsor? I, like the chair, and probably others, have had to decline as early as spring requests because knowing that those events would fall within the window where we're not permitted through the Municipal Act. So that's what you're saying? It is permitted, that the Municipal Act is not in play here, that finance confirmed that?
Through the chair, I don't believe they checked with election staff.
Okay, so we should, okay, yeah, best to be prudent, Councillor Pauls, and I'll support this referral. Thank you.
Definitely. All right, so we'll move it for council.
Hang on, Councillor. We've got a speakers list growing. So Councillor Powers, then Councillor Vanderbeek, and then we'll go to the referral motion. Thank you.
I think the interpretation needs to come from the clerk's department too, because probably like a lot of you is I've gone to the clerk's department for clarity under the Municipal Elections Act as to what can happen when. So I think report not only should come back from finance, but an opinion should come back from Ms. Holland in the clerk's department as it relates to the Municipal Elections Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll add that into the referral direction. Next up is Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you. I won't take long. I was going to say exactly what Councillor Powers said, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's make sure we get this clarified. So we're referring the motion to council in order to give staff the time to provide their opinion as per Finance and Municipal Act requirements, the use of allocation of city funds for sponsorship of events. And I'll have Councillor Pauls move that referral because I know she wants to make sure due diligence, and Councillor Danko as a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that carries. Thank you, committee. That moves us to 11.15, improvements to Thorner Park at 100 Dearborn Drive in Hamilton. Councillor Pauls, and your seconder, please. We can't hear you. Your microphone's off.
Yeah, wondering if Councillor Danko, since he's improving all his park as well, if he would sponsor that.
He gave the affirmative, yeah.
Thank you. All right, now first of all, I want to say that in 2019, I met this wonderful resident, Jimmy Singh, and he came with his father and his two little children and said, look at this park. I live here. There's so many new families. I would love to make it better. I would love to put rubber instead of chips. The little kids get cuts. And we talked, and I said, of course, it'd be nice to improvement. And since he saw that in my ward, I have put quite a bit of money in my parks. I make sure that the residents enjoy their parks where they live. It's like, I think Councilor Jenkins, it's like a vacation, going to the park, playing with the kids, and it is so important. So Thorner Park is near Lime Ridge Mall. It's right behind it, and it has a pathway. So we have big dreams. And I was talking to Mr. Singh, and he said, if it gets approved, we'll have a committee and imagine what we could do about this park. So this is the motion I'm putting through, and it's, I'll read it now. It says, the play structure at Thorner Park, 100 Dearborn Drive, Hamilton, has reached its end of its usable life. The asphalt pathway at Thorner Park has deteriorated and would benefit from replacement. There is a desire by the community to improve the park through upgrades of these amenities and review opportunity for additional amenities that provide valuable recreation opportunities for children, youth, families, and Ward 7 neighborhood. Therefore, be resolved that the replacement of the existing play structure, including rubberized safety service at Thorner Park, 100 Dearborn Drive, Hamilton, at an upset cost at $350,000 to be funded by the Ward 7 Capital Reinvestment Fund. That the existing park pathway is in poor condition at 100 Dearborn Drive be replaced at an upset of $150,000 to be funded by the transfer from Ward 7 Minor Maintenance Fund by Thorner Park Improvement. That any surplus funding from the replacement of the park pathways be transferred back to Ward 7 Minor Maintenance Fund. That the park consultant and design process be undertaken with the community to review opportunities to provide additional recreational amenities at Thorner Park at 100 Dearborn Drive, Hamilton, at an upset at $150,000 be funded from the Ward 7 Capital Reinvestment Reserve Fund be approved, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to approve and execute any or all requirement agreements an auxiliary document in the form of satisfactory to the city council, city solicitor. So, like I said before, there's a couple of things in my ward that people want. They want safety street. What do they want? They want great parks. We all learn, and I've said it many times, that since COVID, people love their parks. People want to go with their children. People, they find that it's relaxing. It's so important. And I actually, when I had met Mr. Singh, that was in 2019. His little kids are a little bit bigger. I just saw them, and they can't wait to have a new playground that needs to be replaced. So I want to thank Kara, because Kara and I talk a lot, and we talk about the parks, how important it is, and to have the community coming together to realize that that's what they want in their communities. So I am looking forward to doing this fund for next year, for 2023, and to have a community where we have meetings, and if I'm lucky enough, to direct them what they would like to have. So thank you, and I hope you can support this.
Thank you, Councillor, and it's before committee for vote. And that passes. Thank you. We're going forward to notices of motion, and it's my understanding that each mover is seeking to waive the rules. So, Elsie McIntosh, is it possible to do a blanket?
I am just trying to determine that at the moment. Could we move on with the first one, and then if we can do the rest?
Okay, sure, sounds good. So first one up is 12.1, installation and removal of speed cushions as traffic calming measures on Brocker Drive, Ward 6, Councillor Jackson, removal, please.
Chair Nan, do you want me to do a singular waving, or can I do a blanket?
Start with a singular. We're just getting confirmation from clerk. Thanks.
All right, moved by myself, seconded by the hardworking Ward 2 Councillor Jason Farr to waive the rules, please, for the reasons that you outlined for all of us, please.
Okay, so first up, voting on waiving of the rules. Thank you, Councillor Powers. That carries. Next up is the main motion. So, Councillor Jackson, if you could.
Thank you, Chair Nan. Once again, moved by myself, seconded by Ward 2 Councillor Jason Farr, installation removal of speed cushions as a traffic calming measure on Broker Drive. Whereas residents on Broker Drive in Ward 6 have advocated for additional speed cushions locations to address roadway safety concerns as a result of speeding, and whereas a petition representing 32 signatures along this one section of Broker was submitted by residents requesting the installation of additional speed cushions as a traffic calming measure, therefore be it resolved, and I have a slight amendment in the last line of A, Chair Nan, that the Transportation Operations Maintenance staff be authorized directed to install up to 2 speed cushions as a traffic calming measure on Broker Drive between the Brow and Upper Kenilworth. And here is the amendment I'm seeking hopeful support from you and my colleagues as part of the fall 2022/spring 2023 traffic calming programs application based on available resources. B, that traffic operations staff be authorized directed to remove one of the existing speed cushions on Broker in order to facilitate spacing of 2 new speed cushions on Broker between the Brow and Upper Kenilworth, as part of, again, the fall 2022/spring 2023 traffic calming program based on available resources. So that'll be amended as well on the B part, please. See that all costs associated with the installation of the 2 speed cushions, removal of the one on Broker, be funded from my Ward 6 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve, number noted, at an upset limit, including not to exceed $18,000. D, the mayor and city clerk be authorized directed to execute any required agreements, ancillary documents, such terms, conditions, in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. So this is a new twist, Chair Nan, from this term, listening to my couple of dozen or more streets that petitions have come forward for speed cushions. One was previously installed on Broker Drive through council support last year. It has been so effective that upon the receiving of this petition from Mr. Jeff Toole, who lives in this section of Broker Drive, I want to thank him and his neighbors for signing the petition. They requested an additional one. I consulted with traffic staff, with technologist Durrani, project manager Cafadar, and ultimately acting director Mike Field. And upon their review, they said, yep, that section now warrants a second speed cushion. So we're going to install 2 there, removing the one and installing 2 instead. And again, in consulting with acting director Mike Field, in light of the fact this had one installed, it's a work in progress and enhancement through acting director Mike Field. He suggested I could put the amendments in A and B if we can just kind of squeeze this in to the fall 2022 campaign would be marvelous. If not, for sure, then it'll be done no later than spring of next year. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr. Thank you, Chair Nan, with those 2 amendments at the bottom of A and B. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have Councillor Pearson on this motion.
Just a question. Thank you. And Councillor Jackson, I have no problem supporting it. This is the first where we're going to have a speed bump removed and relocated. So I just want to ask through staff, with the removal, I know they're bolted down. Will we be sealing where the removal pins or screws were so that the road is not is protected from being compromised? Not sure who's there.
Acting Director Field, sorry.
No worries, thank you. Mike Field, Acting Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance, through the chair to the councillor. The speed cushions are not the old mat styles. They are actually asphalt and cut into the roadway when installed. So when they're removed, we will repair the void as we would a standard road cut.
Excellent. That's great news to know. Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you for clarifying. So first we're going to vote on the amendment, then on the motion as amended. That carries. And now on the main motion as amended, please. There you go, and that carries. And on to item 12.2. So I did hear back, we cannot do a blanket waiving of the rules of order, so we will have to do it individually. I know Councillor Jackson is trying to save a little bit of time. So if you could, Councillor Farr, please waive the rules and your seconder and then the main motion.
Councillor Jackson seconds the waiving.
Yeah, I guess that good point around the reason for waiving is to get them into the fall, spring schedule. And that carries. Main motion?
I actually was happy to leave it as a notice, but because Councillor Jackson went before me and he did have that fall wording, I just want to make it clear that my motion doesn't mention fall install. It only references spring 2023. So here's why I moved to waive the rules. I wanted to be able to let the residents, the good residents of Wood Street, Mary Street, and Robinson Street know that these are 3 streets all over the ward, whereas Councillor Jackson was really dealing with a one-off situation on a busy broker. I'm well aware that that work probably should get done sooner. But regardless, this work is important, but out of respect to Josip and Mike and all the folks in traffic safety, there is a long list to get to, so I didn't want to impose fast work when already it's going to be hard for them to get any add-ons as part of their fall installs. There's just a lot going on. So that's why I wanted to speak to it, but thanks to our Wood Street, Mary Street, and Robinson Street residents, I'm sure they'll all be pleased that in a few short months, early spring, they'll get their speed cushions. Thank you.
Thank you. And main motion is moved and seconded. Councillor Jackson is the seconder and before committee for vote.
Oops.
That carries. Next up is 12.3, replacement of Churchill Park Stairs, 145 Klein Avenue, Hamilton, and extension of sidewalk on Kipling Road to the Park Stairs in Ward 1. Councillor Danko, waiving of the rules, and reason for waiving of the rules, and your seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So again, just to get this in the capital work plan as quickly as possible, and if you could second waiving the rules.
Yep. Okay, no There we go. Now the main motion, Councillor.
The main motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr. Whereas the park stairs at Kipling Road and Parkside Drive providing access to Churchill Park at 145 Klein Avenue were in disrepair and removed for health and safety reasons. Whereas there's not an easy access point for residents at this side of the park to connect to the upper tier of the park. Whereas the sidewalk on Kipling Road stops at the last house on Kipling and did not connect pedestrians to the stairs. Whereas Churchill Park is a destination for passive recreation, including walking, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas the Churchill Park Master Plan was approved in 2014, and staff have been implementing the park upgrades in phases, with another phase being designed in 2022. And whereas there are currently insufficient funds to replace the stairs, therefore be it resolved that the replacement of the stairs at Churchill Park at 145 Klein Avenue and at Kipling Road and the extension of the sidewalk on Kipling Road to connect to the park stairs be funded from the Ward 1 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve at an upset limit of not including contingency not to exceed $180,000 be approved, and B, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements, etc.
Thank you. And it is moved and seconded, and before committee to vote, Councillor Wilson, I noticed that you're here. Did you want to say anything on the motion? It's been moved and seconded.
Only if there were questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And that carries. Moving forward to 12.4, fencing improvements at Fairground Community Park, 305, Fall Fairway, Glanbrook Cemetery, 4350 Benbrook Road, and Benbrook Park at 2640 Regional Road 56, Ward 11. Councillor Powers, I understand you're going to also waive the rules of order. If you could indicate the reason and your seconder. Thank you.
Certainly on a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek, we request moving this waiving the rules. This is on behalf of Councillor Brenda Johnson. There is the possibility that construction and replacement of these fencing around the Binbrook Fairgrounds can be completed in time for fall fair season, but if it doesn't, it doesn't, but please, let's give it a shot.
Thank you. So committee, we need 2/3. It's before you for vote. Carries, and the main motion, please.
You have it before you. It's a request for $255,000 from the Ward 11 Minor Maintenance Fund. All the details are outlined in the motion before you. Moved by self, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you. Before committee for vote. That carries. Thank you. We're on to 12.5, Municipal Class Environmental Assessment for Safari Road between Kirkwall Road and Valens Road in Ward 13. Councillor Vanderbeek, if you could please, the reason for waiving the rules and your seconder.
My reason for waiving the rules is that this is a very urgent issue, and I need it to be done, hopefully, to get some things opened in time for the farmers to be able to use this road before they need to be moving their crops. And currently it is closed. So on that note, to waive the rules, I'm moving it, and Councillor Powers is seconding it.
Thank you. Committee, it's time to vote. That carries. Councillor, if you could, the main motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as we heard earlier, Safari Road has been petitioned for drainage works and a municipal drain. And in order to be able to do that, we need to do an environmental assessment. That environmental assessment is $500,000. It needs to be done immediately, as quickly as possible, and so I am asking that you support my request. Staff are fully versed on this and fully supportive, as am I. The project money will be coming from an earlier project in my ward, roads project, where there was some surplus money, so it is not going to affect the levy, and it will mean that this project can move forward as soon as possible. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Powers as well on the main motion.
Thank you, Councillor. And it's before committee for vote. And that carries. Thank you. Moving on to 12.6, demolition of the decommissioned boat launch at Confederation Beach Park at 200 Van Wagner's Beach Road, Hamilton, Ward 5. Councillor Powers, if you could, on waiving the rules, reason, and your seconder.
Thank you very much. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek, we would waive the rules, as is the desire of staff, if at all possible, to complete the demolition of this boat launch before the ice and the snow comes in this year.
Thank you.
There is an urgency in getting it done.
Committee members, waiving of the rules, vote is up. And that carries. The main motion, please, Councillor.
You have it before you. It's to allow for the demolition of the decommissioned boat launch at Confederation Park to take place.
Thank you. It's before committee. Your seconder is still Councillor Vanderbeek.
It is.
Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote?
And that carries. Thank you. Now on to 12.7, sport lighting improvements at Hill Park Pickleball 465 East 16th Street and Mohawk Sports Park at 1100 Mohawk Road East, Wards 6 and 7. Councillor Jackson, again, waiving the rules, the reason, and your seconder, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Nan, and seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls. And this is a very condition assessment time sensitive. We have 5 poles here that are not in good, proper order. Staff would like to get them replaced in order to ensure safety and in order to ensure the playing at these recreational amenities can continue. That's the reason. So moving to waive it, seconded by Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. Committee, the vote's in front of you. And that carries. And on the main motion?
Thank you, Chair Nan. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls. And a big, huge thank you to Manager Cara Bunn and her condition assessment study team. Whereas the sport lighting condition assessment study was completed in 2021 for 13 city parks, whereas 2 of these locations have an overall rating of fair/good, but some individual lighting poles are in need of replacement due to wear and end of life. Whereas 1 lighting pole at Hill Park Pickleball, located on East 16th Street, and 4 poles at the soccer fields at Mohawk Sports Park, located at 1100 Mohawk Road East, have been identified with the study for replacement. And whereas capital funding for Parks and Recreation block is not available to address the replacement of these poles, therefore be resolved, A, that the funds for the replacement of lighting poles at the following locations be funded through a transfer of $70,000 from Parks Operating to Parks Capital, Roman numeral 1, for 1 lighting pole at the pickleball at Hill Park, and Roman numeral 2 for 4 lighting poles at the soccer fields in Mohawk Sports Park, and B, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized, directed to approve and execute all required agreements, ancillary documents, such terms, conditions, satisfactory to the city solicitor. Chair Nan, as you saw in the therefore be resolved, It's not unprecedented that staff once in a while under urgent matters sometimes need to move from their operating budget funds that are available to the capital side for some emergency repairs and replacements. This is another reason why this was before us, because staff within their own ability could not just transfer without committee and council's hopeful support. Seconded by Councillor Pauls. Thank you, Chair Nan.
Thank you, Councillor. And it's before committee for vote. Oh, my apologies. Councillor Pauls is on the speaker's list.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to talk about a little bit about the pickleball because fall is coming, and I don't know if you've ever been in my ward near Hill Park there. We have over 450 people that are part of the pickleball. It is packed constantly. And as fall comes, they play till 10 o'clock at night. It's a must that we get the lighting fixed, that light fixed, because of visibility. And we want to make sure nobody trips and falls that doesn't see the ball or whatever. So I really appreciate that, and I thank even in Councillor Jackson Ward, they're needed, and I appreciate the support for this. Thank you. And I want to thank Kara Bunn. She's always there. I call her, and when something's needed, she comes through. So thank you, Kara.
Thank you. And now back to the vote. It's before committee electronically very soon. There it is. And that carries. So that exhausts the motions on the agenda. Notice of motion, Councillor Farr.
Yes, and I'll leave it as a notice. I sent this to Kerry this morning. Caught MP Collins in a 6.5-hour drive to Ottawa last night, and we worked on this together. So the former Ward 5 councillor, well more versed in this, but steeped in my own historical recollection, and I'm sure anyone else who grew up and spent time down on the beach. Whereas the totem pole in Confederation Park was damaged in a windstorm way back in 2011, whereas past attempts to contact the pole's Indigenous makers in British Columbia have been unsuccessful, and whereas Hamilton's Conservation Authority staff are in the process of transferring the totem pole to the city of Hamilton. You got room? Therefore, be it resolved that staff prepare a restoration and installation plan in consultation with Hamilton's Indigenous community. We can leave that as a notice.
Thank you. So that then exhausts our notices of motion, and we move forward to item 13, which is general information, other business. We have our amendments to the outstanding business list. So I please get a mover and seconder. Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Powers. Thank you. Sorry. There's no amendments. My apologies. Done. Yeah. Second. The same mover and seconder to adjourn this epic August Public Works Committee meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Councillor Pearson still wants to talk, folks. We can't do it. We can't do it.
Hey, I just want to say, because I found the paperwork as everybody was talking about the election year and expenses. So I found it says this was sent to us on June 6, 2022 during an election year. Sponsorships and donations will not be allowed from the first day that nominations can be filed. That was May 2nd for candidates until the day after the election.
Thank you. That's my recollection also, Councillor Pearson, but we'll still have that come back to council with clarity from our clerks and finance staff. Adjournment, please vote. And big thanks to all staff and all your preparation of every report and presentation that was on the agenda, to clerk staff for all your support as always, and we're adjourned.
Chair Nance, smoothly and successfully done. Well done.
One more committee meeting left to go as chair.